Welcome in this afternoon here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Across from me is the great, fantastic, fabulous producer, Carlene Bragg.
Oh my gosh, you could just keep going.
Great, fantastic, fabulous, well-dressed, all the things. Carlene Bragg.
Nick.
Carlene Bragg, how are you doing this?
I'm good. How are you?
I was about to say this morning, but it's afternoon. We've been kind of busy. Yeah. So anyway, thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being with us here on WCNC Plus. A lot to get to per usual. We have a packed show today.
Sure do.
And we want to start with this. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I'm just saying, it is. It's because the Southern Christmas show, which is the largest Christmas show in North America, is here.
It's
back
here
in Charlotte. It's back.
She's back.
You've been before. I haven't
been
got
several times.
I've seen it live shots and reporters cover it. What can folks from your experience expect?
Crowds. Just like I'll be honest, crowds. And just Christmas stuff everywhere you look.
Yeah.
It's something different.
Yeah.
Good, all sorts of knickknacks, crafts, ornaments.
Get a head start on your Christmas shopping.
100%.
So
it's great.
And that's where we find our Anna King, who is there. She has the assignment of the day at the Christmas show.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
She has the turtleneck on, looking a little festive. Anna, what can you tell us about the show?
She does. Well, first of all, I want to compliment y'all's vocals with the Christmas singing in there. I love that. But yes, like you said, it's the 58th annual Southern Christmas Show, and right now we are in Santa's workshop. I kind of want to give you all a walkthrough of what's going on here. So luckily, though, the crowds have panned out a little bit for us to do a quick walkthrough, but you can see so many gifts out here. Like you said, this is the perfect time to get some Christmas shopping done, and I want to show you what you can get a little bit over here, but we're not gonna get it too close. But you have the nutcrackers and the games. And I also want to say a little bit earlier today, my photographer here, Tony, said it's too early to start Christmas shopping, or to even be in the Christmas spirit, Tony, or to even be in the Christmas spirit. But I completely disagree. This is like right up my alley. I love all things Christmas. Now, earlier today, we did speak to some of the vendors. There are over 400 vendors here, and we did speak to them a little bit earlier today, and they painted the picture on how it's been. Just honestly, one of the vendors we spoke to said that she has been here for over 30 years, kind of painted the picture of what kind of economic impact that's had on her business, on the other small businesses here, and everything like that. But yeah.
Oh man, Carlene is jealous right now.
I am jealous. It gets you in the spirit.
I get it, yeah.
You know, it's the music and everything. She's got a turtleneck on. It looks like a fun time.
A turtleneck in 70-degree weather today. But I'm not mad at you because you gave me a compliment.
It's really cold outside anyway.
Yeah.
No, the turtleneck looks
it's
fabulous.
Cold outside today. This is the perfect temperature for this.
It looks fabulous.
It looks fabulous.
You look great.
I'm a fan.
You look great, Anna, and thank you for checking in. Maybe Carlene will head out there today. Maybe we'll come.
I'm probably heading out there this weekend.
Yeah,
if you see me, just wave.
Just wave at Carlene. All right, Anna
it's
King.
Amazing.
Anna King, thank you for your time. You can catch Anna at 4, 5, 6. She's in all the shows. So Anna, have fun, take it easy, be safe out there. Thank you for your time again. All right. That is Anna King there, having a ball.
You should go.
I want to go.
It's fun.
That sounds like something up my alley.
There's so many crafts and things, and let me tell you what.
Okay.
Greg and I have gone, I don't know, probably the last 5 years now. And for the first 3 years, we just went around the same circle. We just do the same circle.
Got to.
Didn't even realize there was a whole huge section we didn't even know about, because I was confused for years. It's like 400 vendors, and I'm walking around, and I'm like, it's a lot of vendors. Is it 400 vendors? Oh yeah, because of the section we've been missing for years. It's that big. It's
a big event. Just watching it is a big event. Man, it's a lot happening.
And as a girl who loves tacky Christmas, I love tacky Christmas. I'm not a beige Christmas girl. I want tacky.
I think that's reasonable. Like Christmas should be what you want.
Now
it
has
to be.
something for everybody.
Yeah.
But to feed my tacky Christmas need, That's
Some people
that's the way
want
to
a
go.
tacky Christmas. Some people want an
Some
elegant
more,
Christmas.
Elegant.
I feel like
elevated. That ain't me.
you can get anything you want here at the Southern Christmas Show. I mean, look, make sure you go out. Make sure you have a great time. You're gonna get caught in traffic.
You're gonna get caught in traffic. Just know you're gonna wait in a line
We're gonna
to
get
park.
caught in traffic.
Like, just know that going in, and because it's off East Independence.
Yeah.
Which even saying the name East Independence makes me sigh.
I
Even
had to
thinking about it.
travel down that way before I came to work. Look, we are going to let you know how to navigate through all the traffic a little later. We'll have a look at traffic. Walker Lawson will join us for a look at traffic a little later on. But first, let's take a break. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I was picking at Anna earlier saying that it's too warm for a turtleneck. I understand. The turtleneck, I understand.
Yeah. It's also a fashion statement.
She looked great
She
in the
looked great in
turtleneck.
it, and it says, "I'm ready for the holidays."
Right. At the Christmas show.
At the Christmas show.
I get it. And plus, this weather has been a little wonky this week. You know,
We're not fans of the no.
we've had to deal with some
Cold.
cold.
Bitter cold. Downright cold.
Downright cold. But it's warm. And it's going to
getting
be
warmer.
It's going to be in the 70s
Hallelujah.
this weekend. Mm-hmm. Not pool weather.
Not pool weather. Not
I just had
splish
to throw that
splash
in.
weather.
I had to
but,
throw that
you
in.
know.
Let's get a check of the full forecast right now. Let's take a listen in.
Well, good Thursday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We have another gorgeous day today across the Carolinas. Today, you'll notice very mild temperatures, even above average temperatures, and a few more clouds out there. But bottom line, we are looking pretty good for our Thursday. For our Friday, though, we're looking at the return of 70-degree temperatures. And the best news, it won't just be Friday, planned for Saturday and Sunday ahead. And we're also looking at no rain chances either. It's going to really settle down. Our weather pattern will be sunny and nice and actually pretty warm, but it is getting very dry. Yesterday we topped off at 66 degrees. It was a beautiful day, and today we'll be nearing 70 degrees with a high of 68. So hopefully you can get outside and enjoy some nice weather. Let's take you up in the mountains. 54 degrees in Boone, 53 out towards Blowing Rock, much of the same up towards Jefferson and Fleetwood, but we do still have a little bit of a breeze in the mountains. So of course, when you add in the wind, it's going to make it feel just a few degrees cooler. Looking at the foothills, plan for mid to upper 60s for your highs. 65 in Lenore and Hickory, 67 degrees out there in Morganton, and then right around the Queen City, 68 will be our high today. Much of the same for Gastonia and Shelby, with a whole lot of sunshine coming our way. To the south of us, look at us go. We're looking at the return of 70s, 70 degrees from Monroe to Wadesboro, even there through Lancaster. Throughout the rest of the day, you can plan for generally a nice mix of sun and clouds, and temperatures today here in Charlotte really only rising into the upper 60s, still above our average though. Our average high 64 degrees, and then once the sun goes down, of course, it's going to feel much cooler, with temperatures eventually dipping down into the 30s by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we're heading into our Friday with a gorgeous forecast. Starting out the day with cooler temperatures though, 38 as we're waking up and heading out the door tomorrow. And you can see those overnight lows as we're heading into the next several nights. 30s by tomorrow morning, and then this weekend really quite mild with a mix of 40s and 50s. As we are looking at the bus stop forecast as we're heading into tomorrow, getting those kids up and ready for our school day. Yes, still send them with the jacket as temperatures will mainly be into the 30s and low 40s, but Friday is going to be a gorgeous day. Talking about sunny skies and nearing 70-degree highs. Want to let you know though, if you're looking for those 70s, maybe you want to head out to the golf course. They are on their way. We're going to be looking at 70 degrees by Friday, and then Saturday getting even warmer with 76 degrees for our high. Staying dry and sunny, and over the next 10 days, look at these temperatures. 70s taking us straight into the weekend. On Monday, we'll see temperatures dip down into right around those low to mid 60s, but again, that's about seasonal and where we should be for this time of the year. We have high pressure really building all across the southeast. That is going to make for a picture perfect, beautiful end to our work week and a really nice weekend ahead. And then as far as precipitation goes, I mean, very, very small chances as we're heading into next week. Drought monitors still showing that we do have abnormally dry conditions for much of North Carolina. Still, we need some rain, and unfortunately, like I just said, we are settling into a much more dry and sunny, even warm weather pattern. Let's break down our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Again, a high of 68 degrees. Get outside, do your yard work, go for a walk, leash up your fur babies, whatever it may be. Again, we should be at 64, and temperatures just keep on rising warmer than that. Tomorrow morning, still a little bit chilly, waking up into the upper 30s. Clear and sunny for our Friday, and then this weekend abnormally warm with mid to upper 70s returning. And then next week, still pretty quiet with just small rain chances. Hope you have a great Thursday and enjoy the sunshine.
Man, the roller coaster that is weather in the Carolinas.
It's gonna feel so good.
It is going to feel great. I can't wait. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. Carlene is also here in studio, so let's get to it. You probably woke up this morning and learned the news that the government shutdown is over. A historic shutdown as far as how long we were in the shutdown. You're talking about 43 days. Now, President Donald Trump signed a government funding bill Wednesday night, ending a record 43-day shutdown that caused financial stress for federal workers who went without paychecks and look, stranded a lot of people who were traveling at airports and generated long lines at food banks. So a lot to unpack here still. And here on the show, we want to bring back Dr. Scott Huffman, political science professor at Winthrop University. As always, good to see you again.
You.
Okay, so this was obviously, we talked about it. This is one for the record books, 43 days. A much different situation from this time last week when we spoke. Can you put into context what has played out the last few days?
Well, in essence, the short version is the Democrats caved. That's the short version. There's a slightly longer version. The Senate Democrats, the Senate Democratic leadership, were not able to fully hold their ship together. Enough members of the Senate from the Democratic side agreed to cross over and move the spending bill forward. Then it went back to the House, of course, for reconciliation. And it just needs a simple majority in the House, which the Republicans have in the House. This technically only funds the government through the end of January. So, hey, we've got this to look forward to all over again, possibly. The interesting thing for the Democrats is they really got nothing out of this. They, pushed and they made a big deal about the fact that the big one beautiful bill being voted on took away subsidies for health care. Under the Affordable Care Act, everybody gets health care. And if you cannot afford to purchase it on your own, you can apply for a subsidy. Now, the Affordable Care Act is, a boon for private insurance. It's not public insurance. It's not socialism, but you can get subsidies to buy it. The bill cuts that out. That's why they were supposedly allowing the shutdown of the government. They talked a lot about SNAP benefits as well, and we heard about that. Well, that wasn't really even part of what their demands were. That just happened as a part of this shutdown, but it wouldn't have happened actually if the Trump administration hadn't ordered the withholding of funds. So we kind of see two things going on at the same time. Trump administration is really trying to put pressure on the folks who see the Democratic Party as the party that supports them. And when they lose SNAP benefits, they're going to be wondering why the Democratic Party is causing the shutdown. Now, the interesting side of that is public opinion was mostly against the Republicans on the shutdown. But the Democrats essentially had to give in at some point. They got absolutely nothing for it except a promise to maybe consider in December, possibly voting on returning those ACA subsidies, which, of course, isn't going to happen.
I was just about to ask you that. I mean, look, we have this promise, not even on paper, that they will possibly vote on Affordable Care Act subsidies come December. That's, that could happen, right? But in reality, will that happen? Could that happen? I mean, you alluded to it, but it seems like a long shot.
It's a long shot that the vote even happens. If it does happen, it won't pass. So it's a promise to maybe do something that you'll fail at, and of course, promises don't mean anything in the world of politics. And every lawyer, and most of our legislators are lawyers, can tell you if it's not written down in a contract and signed, it's not enforceable. So first off, only getting an agreement to a vote, even if it were written down, would still be taking an L for the Democrats, but not even getting it in writing, so to speak, is really not. However, they will try and keep this shutdown in the forefront of the voters' minds. I can guarantee you next year, next September, you'll see ads essentially saying last year the Republicans allowed the government to be shut down. in order to take away your health care. Don't let that happen again. Things like that. So they will try and keep this in the forefront of the news. The problem with doing that is our news cycle will be past this maybe by the end of our chat. At this point, we're going to be hearing more about Epstein tomorrow than we are about government shutdown. So it will be in the Democrats' best interest to, once the shutdown's over, to keep the fact that it was shut down in the forefront of the voters' minds next year.
So the answer to my next question, who does this impact politically? Probably no one, because of the news cycle, right?
In the end, it's not going to feel, no one's going to feel any heat immediately. Every time there's a shutdown, and there have been plenty of times, this just happened to break a record, it is usually laid at the feet of the administration. No matter what's going on in Congress, it's usually laid at the feet of the administration. And this time, the public generally was putting it on Trump's lap. The problem is the people who are Trump's core supporters don't hear any messaging other than the messaging that is pro-Trump. And the people who would never even consider anything Trump did to be good only hear messaging that agrees with their beliefs. So, really, when we look at the people who could turn elections in North Carolina and purple states, which are going to be the states that matter, those people blamed a little more on the Republicans than the Democrats this time. To the degree somebody, quote unquote, won, the Republicans didn't have to give in on anything. And that's sort of what people are pointing to.
We talk about the long-term consequences as far as healthcare, right? That is the mountain that Democrats were essentially wanting to die on. This is what they were championing. But what are the long-term consequences that we're not thinking about, right, outside of healthcare, when it comes to the impact and the fallout from the shutdown?
Well, partially from the shutdown, one thing the Democrats did get is a promise that many of the people who had been just straight up laid off, fired for lack of a better term during the shutdown, not put off and said, oh, you'll come back when the shutdown's over, but the shutdown was used as a reason to just fire them. They're supposedly coming back. To the degree that things like that continue, we will feel little trickles of it. Some groups will feel it at one time, other groups at another. Let me give you an example. Some of the people who were fired at the beginning of the shutdown were from the Department of Education. They are from a very specific part of the Department of Education that oversees the IDEA program, which is the program where federal funds are given to schools where kids with special needs, or IEPs, they're regular ed kids, but they may need speech therapy or something like that. Those funds are administered and overseen by a federal agency, even though most of the money comes from the state. So you might see a parent, somebody who's watching this, who's listening to this, whose child has an IEP, they could be affected down the road because of specifically who got fired. So the long-term impact of this shutdown is just not going to be a huge asteroid that we all as dinosaurs look up and go, oh, well, we should have seen that coming. It's going to be a lot of little things. So what the Democrats have to hope, if they want to take back the House, especially in next November, they have to hope that there's a coalition of discontent where different people are upset about different aspects that are rolling out because of Trump's executive orders and actions taken during this shutdown.
One final question before I get you out of here, Scott. Thank you for your time again. Any chance that we could be doing this all over again come at the end of January? What are the chances? Are you seeing anything out there that signals to that?
Okay, could it happen? Yes, absolutely. There's a 100% chance it could happen, especially given this Congress. Will it happen? There's a better possibility than you would normally say at this point. We continue to kick the can down the road when it comes to a budget. We actually hadn't had a new budget in so much longer than people realize. We were just passing continuing resolutions, which kept funding at their previous levels. So we're kind of kicking the can down the road. We could see this crop up, just after the holidays yet again. The higher the degree of polarization in Congress, the more likely it is if all branches of government aren't fully funded and it takes a separate bill for each branch and for each agency.
As always, thank you for your time. Thank you for the context. I could chat with you for another hour on this, but I won't. I know you got things to do, but as always, thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you, too. All right, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to get now to Kentucky, where Kentucky's governor, Andy Beshear, is speaking right now, holding a press conference. He's talking about, all things Kentucky, from economic development, infrastructure improvements, and the state's response to natural disasters, something they dealt with earlier this year with flooding and storms. Let's take a listen into what the governor is saying.
By the end of the month. We're going to beat that. We're hoping to get it done as quickly as possible, but I want to let all these heroes that were just up here get back to work and get started on it. We'll have more information out on our social media channels. My Nebraska traveling buddy, Isaiah Kim Martinez.
Hey, thank you, Governor. I had a couple questions as well. First, do you believe it was the right move by those 8 senators who broke with the Democratic Party to reopen the government? And second, I know you say you generally don't talk about this pre-primary, but I wanted to get your thoughts on Dale Romans announcing it.
Well, Dale Romans is a friend. I don't intend to get in the Senate primary. We got a number of good candidates that are in it. Dale is one of them. He's a smart guy. He's a great trainer. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Have some other friends in it as well. What I hope we have is a spirited primary that makes everybody better with a candidate that comes out of it that is tested and ready for the general. Tell me the other question. Oh, on the shutdown. Well, listen, the shutdown is over. The government has reopened. My goal is to make the best of that as we move forward for Kentucky. You know, there aren't winners in a shutdown, but I think the American people very clearly saw who was fighting for their health care and who didn't care if their health care premiums went up, and they saw who was willing to let people go hungry and who wasn't. And finally, McKenna Horsley from the Kentucky Lantern.
Thank you, Governor. Last week, Attorney General Russell Coleman asked the Franklin Circuit Court to overrule you in a case regarding the death penalty and clarify from his point of view that there's no impediment for you to sign a death warrant for Ralph Bays. What is your response to this action, and what do you think would be the ideal outcome in this case?
Well, I think that opinion very clearly states that we've got to have additional regulations go through the process, and we didn't hold that up. We submitted the regulations. I've just reviewed the comments that came back on them. You know, I'm following a court order, which the Attorney General knows I have to follow. You know, I'm an attorney too. I can read those orders just like he can. And listen, only one of us is pushing out press releases. I'm trying to do the right thing by the court. But what I'm also trying to do is to be upfront, both with that family and others, that we do not have the drugs required to carry out an execution in Kentucky under the regulations. The pharmaceutical companies will not provide them. And while the Attorney General has said he'll do something or try to secure them, we have not seen any progress in that area. That's where we are with the death penalty right now in Kentucky. We have a full injunction on it, and one of the steps that we have to do if that injunction's ever going to be undone is to get the regulations through. They're moving, and we probably will have more news on that soon. All right, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to ask Kentuckians to continue to live out our faith and values, supporting those victims' families of the UPS tragedy, supporting those that might not have enough to eat during this Thanksgiving holiday month. And I just want to say I'm so proud of all our Kentuckians who donated to food banks, who brought in extra that they might have had, that helped a neighbor during this time. The one thing we do, I think, better than just about anywhere else is we stick together and we help each other in tough times. God bless everybody. I think we're back next week.
Yes, on the 20th at 1:30.
We're back on the 20th at 1:30, according to Scotty Ellis. Thank you all very much. All right. Appreciate y'all coming. Good. How you do? You did great. I feel like I did great.
All right, so that is Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear. It just wrapped up a press conference talking about everything and all things Kentucky, from economic development to response to natural disasters. They dealt with some severe weather earlier this year, some flooding there in the area. So again, that just wrapped up. We are going to take a quick break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So we talked about the government shutdown ending 43 days. It had big, major impacts on a lot of folks. But one thing that a lot of folks are talking about is certain things within the spending bill, that short-term spending bill to fund the government. And one of those industries that are ringing the alarm bells, the hemp industry, which is, you're talking about a $30 billion market. WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris is here in studio. We haven't seen Miles in a while. Just wanted to point that out.
What's going on, Twin?
What's up, man? What's up, Twin? Miles has been busy doing a lot of things, but you're covering this story today, a story that I've seen different places from different states. I've seen a story in Colorado. I believe I saw a story in Minnesota. Big markets. North Carolina, also a big market.
Yeah, no, it is. It is crazy because, like, I mean, literally just like the other day, I feel like there's just more and more of these dispensaries, I guess we can call them, that are kind of going throughout Charlotte, growing throughout North Carolina, but they're seeing a major shift coming from this federal spending bill. Basically, there's some language in the federal spending bill that would recriminalize products like THCA, like Delta 8 THC, which is what these dispensaries are filled with. So, I mean, you're talking about an industry that's making billions for North Carolina. Well, now it's looking like it's going to be recriminalized again. So it's a big change.
And you got a chance to talk with a business owner. Did you get a chance to? I know you've been working there.
I did. I mean, they're pretty devastated, man. It's kind of like a crazy thing because when you think about it, he mentioned, he was like, you know, this has been something that's been decriminalized since 2018. So now we have since then started to build our brand, our product, our business. Since then, into what it is now. I talked to the owner, Mike Sims. He's with Crown Town Cannabis. They have nearly 20 businesses throughout North Carolina. So, you know, you think about that. I mean, just in the Charlotte area alone, they probably have at least 4 or 5. And so now you have, again, shelves filled. 98% of your products that are in their shop are things that are falling under this line, but now they're recriminalizing it. So it's a big shift now.
So what did they do? Like, how do you move forward? Like, you have this, but as a business owner,
I mean, they're trying to. I'll be honest with you, they're trying to get a hold of representatives. They're trying to get a hold of Stein's office. Because honestly, it kind of seemed like, and I believe Stein had put together a cannabis council not too long ago. So it almost seemed like North Carolina was trending in the direction to even like recreationally or even medically regulate or even legalize cannabis in a wider range now too. So there's still a lot of questions about how, like, what this looks like. I know that they're basically trying to move forward and have basically having these representatives kind of protect their business at this point. And so it's they have a year. So pretty much from the time this goes into effect, they'll have a year to pretty much close up shop or to figure out until council or Congress kind of readdresses the hemp situation. But I mean, this is kind of wild. And, and I want to talk about something real quick though, too, because there is a big concern with this though too, because for example, Crown Town Cannabis, they do everything as far as what we've covered the right way. They've gone to the labs to make sure things have gotten tested the right way. They've gone to the farms to make sure that things are getting like processed and put together the right way though too. You take that away, people might still push to get these products on the black market. So the concern about whether they're coming from gas stations, whether they're not checking for those 21, that's the concern that some of these business owners are having if they have to close up shop.
Like, you might as well get it the legal way.
Exactly. If you're going to do it. And now with you legalizing it or recriminalizing it, it brings up those questions and concerns now. So,
man, interesting story. When can folks catch your story?
4 o'clock and 5:30.
4 o'clock and 5:30. Miles Harris, nice to see you back here in studio.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the warm welcome back.
Man. Hey, we haven't seen Miles in a while, so when you got to check up on your folks, man. All right, Miles, thank you, man. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to get now to Houston, Texas, happening live. That is Secretary Kristi Noem, who is holding a press conference to highlight the work of the TSA agents during the government shutdown. Let's take a listen into what she's saying.
But also they're going to get a bonus check for stepping up, taking on extra shifts, for showing up each and every day, for serving the American people, and taking seriously the mission that the Department of Homeland Security takes seriously and that they take seriously every single day, and that's keeping the American people safe while they go and commute across the country and while they do their work and business and take care of their families. Today we're going to talk about a couple of individuals that did incredible things here at the George Bush Airport, that stepped up and took on extra challenges, extra hours, even though their families were dealing with some difficulties because of the government shutdown. They were examples to the rest of the individuals who worked with them and endured those hardships and continued to shine a light on really what is special about America. We have Rico, who is with us today, Mr. Walker, and I would like to focus on Rico a little bit today because he is not only a 20-year officer, but he's also a member of the National Deployment Force, which means that he takes on extra responsibilities at TSA. He not only fulfilled every one of his hours during this shutdown, but he also was more than willing to take on extra shifts to make sure that the public didn't have any kind of hardships, delays, or security concerns during this government shutdown that was facilitated by the Democrat Party. I also have Ashley next to me. Ashley has continued to serve at TSA. I believe she came to work here in January and showed up and has been an example of an excellent employee, but she also, during this time, was through the process of trying to buy a home when the government shut down. She was going to be moving and excited about undertaking that change in her life with her family, and that had to stop dramatically when her paycheck quit coming, because of what was happening with Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party refusing to ensure that our security officials were getting their paychecks. I'm hopeful that she will be able to go and purchase a home soon, now that that has been restored, that this bonus check will be helpful to her and her family at pursuing the American dream of home ownership, and that also, as we talk about her, that her example of optimism and cheerfulness despite these kinds of hardships will be something that the rest of our TSA employees can look to, but also the American people, recognizing that even when these challenges come, that we can take them on and continue to be an encouragement to people around us. So today, though, we have many other TSA officers here that I'm going to be handing bonus checks to. Every single one of these individuals served with exemplary service, which means they were an example of not only taking seriously the security concerns and measures that TSA has to every single day in the Department of Homeland Security, but also they went above and beyond. They helped individuals, they served extra shifts, they helped with transportation of people getting back and forth to work, other challenges that families may have. They were all examples of what we need, and we will be continuing to not only recognize employees across the country, but we will be looking at every single TSA official that helped serve during this government shutdown and do what we can to recognize that and help them financially with a bonus check to get them and their family back on their feet. So with that, Rico, I want to present to you a check and say thank you from the American people. Appreciate it. Ashley, thank you. Yes. And is Leo here? All right, Leo. There. Thank you so much for all of it. Take care. Yes. Take care. Yes, sir. How long have you? Are you fatigued? So how is it? Good. Thank you. Make sure that you're in it. Yes, Carlos? Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And this is Marlon. Richard. Carla? Thank you. Jason, correct? Good. Sonia? I'm also incredibly grateful for everyone in this community, this airport, the private companies that stepped up and helped support these families during the government shutdown when their paychecks stopped. And I just can't say enough about the partnerships that we've been able to build in light of this tragic situation when the Democrats shut down the government, that we still saw the best of America. We saw people come together and support each other, take care of each other, and go above and beyond to make sure that the mission of the Department of Homeland Security was fulfilled, that it was to keep the American people safe with honor and with integrity, and that we can continue to do that. I do want to recognize our Federal Security Director, Juan Sanchez, who is with us today, and thank him for his service and all of his hard work to take care of people and keep them safe each and every day. He also has two deputies, Jimmy and Jose, who help him every single day in this role and in this facility. And I also am extremely grateful for how they have partnered together with those private companies, individuals, and donations to make sure we were taking care of our frontline individuals, keeping our security measures in place. There's a lot of exciting things going on at TSA, a lot of good news, and we're grateful that we are able to not only support the families that are a part of our workforce, but that also we've been able to implement policy changes that make travel easier for those individuals who go through TSA. I think everybody is very happy about the security measures and technology that we've implemented, but then also allowed people to do different measures going through security lanes, such as keeping your shoes on, and still going through the technology that's necessary to make sure that we have safe transportation systems. We are implementing veterans lanes and military lanes so they can have a special screening process that's expedited for them, being grateful for their service to our country. And also we're implementing family lanes across the country for families that may have small children, recognizing that that's a little bit of an extra challenge getting through the TSA security checkpoints, and we want to make sure we have extra help there and extra measures to help do it in a way that can be pleasant and enjoyable for that family as well. We're continuing to make sure that the investments at TSA facilitate the traveling public. They support the individuals that live in this country, but also the commerce of this country, to make sure that our businesses and our families that make the backbone of America continue to be successful and to be safe while they do that, meeting the emerging threats we may face from around the world. We're grateful for this TSA employees behind us today. We're grateful for their example, what they mean to America, the fact that they show up even on a bad day. They continue to do their work, and they do it with embracing the mission of TSA, which is to serve the public and to keep people safe. Many of them took an oath to this job because they recognize the threats that America faces, and they wanted to serve in this position to help keep people safe. I think that's remarkable. We need more people like that in this world today, and I think they're all great Americans. So thank you for your service. And with that, I will ask Juan, did you want to say a few words? I'll let you open it up to you, and then we'll take some questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Couple of words. I really just want to thank my entire leadership team for getting us through this challenging time. For the many leaders across the country at TSA, I know it's been really tough, but thank you for bearing in there and hanging out and looking after our people. That's exactly what it's about. We couldn't have done it without these officers behind me and the entire leadership team. It was an entire group effort. We were supported by the airport community, our key stakeholders in Houston, and likely across the country. So thank you all, and my hat's off to every TSA employee. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. With that, we'll open it up to any questions you may have. Yes, sir. This is not everybody here that works at this airport that will be getting checks. We're going to continue to evaluate every single employee that helped during the shutdown and stepped up and went above and beyond. Sure.
Those those who have to call out sick, those who have to stay home with their children, for example, might not be getting one of these checks?
That's not necessarily the parameters. We're going to look at every individual that did exceptional service during this period of time when there were so many hardships. So the mission of Transportation Security Agency is to facilitate safe travel for commerce and for individuals. They go through our country's airports. People who met that mission and went above and beyond are the folks that we're focused on. Yes.
Also wondering what was the total amount of people who were working unpaid in TSA?
Oh, there was tens of thousands of individuals that stepped up and continued to serve. Many of them took on extra shifts, much like Rico did, to fill in for individuals who couldn't necessarily be there every single day. But we're so proud of every single individual, whether they were a frontline agent at a security gate, whether they were administrative. There was many of them that made sure that things still continued to operate at our airports that needed to be done, and tens of thousands of individuals did extraordinary things during this shutdown that we're so grateful is over after 43 days. Yes?
Hi, Sean Marco with CBS News. Just curious, when will TSA workers receive their back pay? We've heard that air traffic controllers might start seeing about 70% of their back pay in the next day or so. Is the state going to apply for these TSA workers across the country?
Yes, we're facilitating that as soon as possible. They've already missed pay periods and recognizing that that's a hardship on their families. So we did all of the administrative work that we needed to late last night to ensure that that payroll would be processed as soon as possible, and within the next coming days they will get that into their bank accounts.
And then just to follow up, compared to the last government shutdown, there were a lot less call-outs from TSA and government workers at the airports. What do you think the reason for that was?
I think they understand the mission of this administration and the role and the importance that they have within the government. The Department of Homeland Security specifically, we have been very dedicated to making sure that each of our employees feels appreciated, that they understand the responsibilities that they have, but also the mission for why our department was created. Our department was created in response to the terrorist attacks of 9/11. And TSA is unique because so many of the employees that I talked to that work in this agency specifically signed up because of a story tied to 9/11, because they understood the responsibility that we have to make sure that individuals getting on these airplanes are the right people, people that love this country, that want to just travel and not commit harm and harmful acts against individuals, and that's why they serve, and that's why they joined this agency. So we're grateful for that, but I think having those conversations and supporting their families is very important. I've told many people that when you are having a crisis at home, when you're dealing with something difficult at home, you can't pay your bills or your family's struggling with a health issue, it's very difficult to do your job with excellence. It's very difficult to do your job with every part of your being when something at home isn't going right. And so that's one of the things that we worked to do during this government shutdown that was pushed on us by the Democratic senators out in Washington, D.C., was to make sure we supported our employees, took care of their families so that they could show up every single day and make sure they kept America safe.
Leslie Dulles with Fox 26 KRIV here in Houston. Does DHS support classifying TSA agents as essential with guaranteed pay to prevent this situation from happening again?
You know, that's something that we're definitely having conversations still with the administration and the White House on. Absolutely, every single one of the agents in front of us, I believe, are essential. I think that these employees at the Department of Homeland Security are essential because they are a national security agency. The task of the Department of Homeland Security is to ensure the safety of every person who's in this country, would leave or come into this country. We have authorities and jurisdictions over every single product or good that is in this country or leaves this country and comes in. And then also jurisdiction over the internet, what's said or communicated or sold. So it's broad authorities, and the people that make sure that we do our jobs every single day are essential to making sure that our security is guaranteed.
Last question.
Basically, as a donation. Is there any specific amount of money to be designated to the workers in general? Millions?
You know, we have, because of reevaluating and being efficient and being diligent with taxpayer dollars, have $2,025 that have been left over from some of the savings that we've been able to negotiate on different contracts and different spending requirements that when this administration came in. We will be utilizing that to make sure these bonuses are paid. But no, we're going to be recognizing employees who served with exemplary service. They will be getting $10,000 checks. Each of them, and we will continue to recognize all of them that we believe are extremely deserving serving during such a difficult time as this. Anything else? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being here, and God bless you. Thank you for saying this. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. These are documents.
All right, so you're taking a live look in Houston, Texas at that press conference with Secretary Noem speaking to those TSA agents, handing out those $10,000 checks personally to those workers there. Again, this press conference just wrapping up, essentially thanking the workers who were able to work during the shutdown, which ended last night. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, and we'll have a traffic update because we brought it to you earlier. Southern Christmas shows here in Charlotte, and it's a great time, but it's also causing some backups. We'll take a look at that, again, coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Let's check in on the forecast because it was colder this morning. It's been cold this week, but it's warming up. It's warming up. It's up from here. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Majestic Storm.
Well, good Thursday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We have another gorgeous day today across the Carolinas. Today, you'll notice very mild temperatures, even above average temperatures, and a few more clouds out there. But bottom line, we are looking pretty good for our Thursday. For our Friday, though, we're looking at the return of 70-degree temperatures. And the best news, it won't just be Friday, planned for Saturday and Sunday ahead. And we're also looking at no rain chances either. It's going to really settle down. Our weather pattern will be sunny and nice and actually pretty warm, but it is getting very dry. Yesterday we topped off at 66 degrees. It was a beautiful day, and today we'll be nearing 70 degrees with a high of 68. So hopefully you can get outside and enjoy some nice weather. Let's take you up in the mountains. 54 degrees in Boone, 53 out towards Blowing Rock, much of the same up towards Jefferson and Fleetwood, but we do still have a little bit of a breeze in the mountains. So of course, when you add in the wind, it's going to make it feel just a few degrees cooler. Looking at the foothills, plan for mid to upper 60s for your highs. 65 in Lenore and Hickory, 67 degrees out there in Morganton, and then right around the Queen City, 68 will be our high today, much of the same for Gastonia and Shelby, with a whole lot of sunshine coming our way. To the south of us, look at us go. We're looking at the return of 70s, 70 degrees from Monroe to Wadesboro, even there through Lancaster. Throughout the rest of the day, you can plan for generally a nice mix of sun and clouds, and temperatures today here in Charlotte really only rising into the upper 60s, still above our average though, our average high 64 degrees. And then once the sun goes down, of course, it's going to feel much cooler, with temperatures eventually dipping down into the 30s by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we're heading into our Friday with a gorgeous forecast. Starting out the day with cooler temperatures though, 38 as we're waking up and heading out the door tomorrow. And you can see those overnight lows as we're heading into the next several nights. 30s by tomorrow morning, and then this weekend really quite mild with a mix of 40s and 50s. As we are looking at the bus stop forecast as we're heading into tomorrow, getting those kids up and ready for our school day. Yes, still send them with a jacket as temperatures will mainly be into the 30s and low 40s, but Friday is going to be a gorgeous day. Talking about sunny skies and nearing 70-degree highs. Want to let you know though, if you're looking for those 70s, maybe you want to head out to the golf course. They are on their way. We're going to be looking at 70 degrees by Friday, and then Saturday getting even warmer with 76 degrees for our high. Staying dry and sunny, and over the next 10 days, look at these temperatures. 70s taking us straight into the weekend. On Monday, we'll see temperatures dip down into right around those low to mid 60s, but again, that's about seasonal and where we should be for this time of the year. We have high pressure really building all across the southeast. That is going to make for a picture perfect, beautiful end to our work week and a really nice weekend ahead. And then as far as precipitation goes, I mean, very, very small chances as we're heading into next week. Drought monitors still showing that we do have abnormally dry conditions for much of North Carolina. Still, we need some rain, and unfortunately, like I just said, we are settling into a much more dry and sunny, even warm weather pattern. Let's break down our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Again, a high of 68 degrees. Get outside, do your yard work, go for a walk, leash up your fur babies, whatever it may be. Again, we should be at 64, and temperatures just keep on rising warmer than that. Tomorrow morning, still a little bit chilly, waking up into the upper 30s. Clear and sunny for our Friday, and then this weekend abnormally warm with mid to upper 70s returning. And then next week, still pretty quiet with just small rain chances. Hope you have a great Thursday and enjoy the sunshine.
All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. So we talked about it earlier. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
We should get a side gig.
Oh man, we should. I think that Christmas album, Carlene, Nick, Christmas album, that'll be fire. So I say all that to say, Southern Christmas Show is happening
it's back,
today.
Y'all.
It's a great time.
It's a great time. You haven't been. You should go.
I've
been several times.
I wish I would have told my mom about it.
Oh,
I think my mom has some stuff going on this weekend. So, but I'm gonna check in with her and see if she wants to go. If she's planning on going. If you are planning to go, just a heads up. We got some traffic.
Yeah.
A lot of traffic.
It's always trafficy.
Let's check in with Walker Lawson. He's there in studio tracking those traffic impacts. So, Walker, what are you seeing out there on the roads?
Well, you know, it's funny how you were just singing that song. It really has felt like Christmas recently. We had snow earlier this week, late this weekend. Again, Northern Lights, I played Let It Snow the other day when it was snowing as I was sitting outside. So definitely getting in that holiday spirit out there. Now, as you mentioned, the Southern Christmas Show starts tonight at 5, and it will be taking place right next door to Bojangles Coliseum. So we know how this goes. Independence, this is going to be a busy area for traffic. Now, it starts tonight at 5, and it's running from November 13th through November 23rd. So 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and then 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. So if you're looking to get those holiday gifts, we got the routes for you. So for a lot of people headed out, we're going to first start off with people that are coming from the city of Charlotte. Maybe if you're coming down 77, you jump on 277, you're then going to have to take Central Avenue is going to be your best bet if you're wanting to avoid Independence. You will then jump on Briar Creek, and then that will take you right into Television Place Drive or the Briar Creek entrance. Now, you can also go down to Eastway Drive and come back up Independence Boulevard if you are looking to avoid, again, specifically jumping on Independence Expressway. This is kind of a lot, so I know, bear with me as we're kind of looking at all these options. So other options, again, are you going to take Independence Expressway coming in, or you can take Commonwealth Avenue to the north, then you can jump on Briar Creek and it will get you in. So there's a couple options. Now, if you're coming from the south, you have a couple other options as well. Also leaving from uptown. So you have East 7th Street, which will then take you down to Monroe Road, which will be the easier way for you to get there. But there's also some other routes. You can take North Wendover Road coming up, or if you are coming the opposite direction, so you have Monroe Road as well that's coming up. My friend might hate this because my friend lives in this neighborhood that's located right here. But McCallway Road is also a great option as well that you could take up and then jump onto Monroe Road. So there are plenty of routes. Just be mindful that there are going to be a lot of delays out there. Again, so the good thing is about this area, you have a lot of options and a lot of ways to get around, Nick. So I'm sure there will still be traffic, but there are different routes you can take if you're looking to get that Christmas gift for families or if you want some more decorations.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. I know a lot of folks are keeping an eye on those routes. So Walker, you're not only tracking that, but you're tracking other impacts and taking a look at roads throughout the area. What are you seeing?
Yeah, as of right now, of course, things are moving well across the area, not seeing any congestion. Usually we say we're seeing stop and go, but for our friends in York County on 77, things are moving. Of course, many people, some will be getting out of school soon. I just saw a school bus actually drive by on the interstate. You'll see it right there on the bridge right as I speak. So you're seeing traffic flowing for our friends in York County. You know how traffic is. It seems like as we continue to see this population increase and more people moving here, it seems like anytime you jump on the road, you can't get out of traffic mayhem. So we are slow moving, of course, around 37 miles an hour if you're on I-77 going to the north. We're slow moving for some areas, not everybody. I-485 is another place moving at around 18 miles an hour if you're going to the north. If you're headed south on I-85, we are moving slower at around 15 miles per hour. Now, for people traveling on the roadways, Matthews to Charlotte, it'll take you 23 minutes as we're going 34 miles per hour out there. Salisbury to Charlotte, obviously it's a much longer drive as you're on the interstate. So as you can see, it'll be 47 minutes. You're going 59 miles an hour. So thankfully, Nick, traffic does not look anything like it did at 4 o'clock, of course. And later tonight, we will see more delays and I'll have more updates for you on alternative routes and what traffic we're seeing in the next hour.
All right, Walker, thank you. We'll check in with you in just a little under an hour. Again, thank you again, Walker, for that update. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. A big weekend here in Charlotte. That's because it is Charlotte Marathon weekend, Novant Health Charlotte Marathon.
Are you so excited?
I am excited. I'm running a half marathon. I'm excited. The expo's tomorrow at the convention center. I'm excited to see some folks that I know and rub elbows, get my bib.
Right, I know you're part of a run club. Is everybody in the run club doing it, or some people?
I think some people are. I know everybody does different races. I know some folks, some of the guys in the run group, they did Berlin Marathon.
Oh, wow.
Some did the marathon and half marathon in Baltimore.
Okay.
And so I think some of them are doing Charlotte Marathon. So yeah, they kind of trickle around.
Sure.
I mean, I get it, and like the group has been around for a while. So I know some of these guys, this will be third, fourth time running this particular marathon. But yeah, overall, first for me, I'm excited to see the folks out there.
We're very proud of you. I know that you've been training for a long time, and you were like, will I, won't I? But you ended up doing it. And you told me the day you signed up, like, you can't back out now. You signed up.
I signed up. That money is
You paid the money. You got to do it.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be a great experience. I'm not going to say, look, I said I don't have a time in mind.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a time in mind.
Of course you do.
But I'm not going to abide by it. I'm not going to be hard on myself if I don't hit that time.
You're I mean, I don't want to say perfectionist, but you're close to it.
I try to be. Look, I'm very regimented.
Yes.
I'm very just,
routine.
Routine. Yes. That's my thing. But it's just cool. It's cool to know that, like, man, there is a running community out there. Not only the one I'm a part of, but just Charlotte as a whole. And those folks are encouraging, and it was great hearing from Tim Rhodes yesterday. He stopped by the studio, and he's the race director for Charlotte Marathon. He's been doing this for since the beginning. And we had a chance to talk to him about the race. Gave me some tips, gave you some tips at home on what to look out for if you're planning to be a spectator or if you're participating in a marathon. So let's get you now to that interview with Tim Rhodes, race director of the Novant Health Charlotte Marathon. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We have a special guest. Honestly, I've been excited about this guest for a while now because we're talking about a big event happening in Charlotte all throughout the city. We're talking about the Novant Health Charlotte Marathon. It is a big deal, and it's not just a big deal for runners, but you think about the money that's being raised for the Novant Health MB Children's Hospital. Over the years, $500,000 going towards that remarkable cause to help the kids here in the Carolinas. And here in studio, we have DC, but DC's not being interviewed. But we have race director Tim Rhodes.
He'll do his best to get in here somehow.
How do you get this guy in check? This guy is something else. Yeah. Thank you for stopping in.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of course. What is I guess my first question is, what is it like? We're a few days away from race day. What I know you're busy. I don't have to say that, but what is the planning like so far right now?
Well, it's kind of like a wedding day, I guess. I mean, it's such a buildup of planning and getting things in order and double checking and triple checking your deliveries and your supplies and everything else, and then it just goes by so fast. I mean, we're up at 4 o'clock out, call time's 4 o'clock and 3 o'clock for some people, and we're probably not done till 5 in the afternoon. But that 12-hour it flies by, and it's exhilarating, and it's fun. And then you get home and you're like, I'm exhausted. What do I do? Like, I don't have anything to do now. So you kind of feel a little empty-handed. But there's kind of the normal nerves and everything. You just think about, like, you want everything to go well at the expo. You want everybody to get checked in without waiting in line. You want everybody to get the right t-shirt size.
Yeah.
You want to make sure everybody has a good time running. You don't run out of fluids on the course. You don't run out of anything at the finish line, hats, medals, whatever people are looking for at the finish line, food, beverage.
No wonder why you're exhausted. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. And then there's, the Novant Health side of things, the event medicine. They're out there with probably a staff of 30 to 35 people for anything from a skinned knee to potential something worse, where you might have to transport. But there's all sorts of things that you don't think about, that runners don't think about, that happen behind the scenes for sure.
Oh man, well, how long have you been involved with Charlotte Marathon?
So we started it in 2005. So this is our 21st year. The asterisk being the gap year in 2020. Something called COVID. That was a virtual event, but 21 years.
Oh man, what's your favorite part about from start to finish? And I'm not talking about race day, but from planning the year's event to the very end. What's your favorite part about it?
The first thing is just seeing people finish, and it's that culmination of their training and preparation for race day, because they've put as much work into it as we have in a different way. So it's seeing people cross the finish line, and whether they qualify for Boston, set a PR, or just finish for the first time, it's an achievement to be celebrated for them. Probably the close second is just the people I work with. It's truly a team effort, and I really, I'm blessed to be able to work with people like DC and our, director Elena Williams, Lindsay McGee, who heads up our social media stuff, and the ambassadors, Betsy Zarzar, who heads up our Team Hemby initiative. We just topped $100,000 this year, by the way, for Hemby Children's Hospital, and there's more coming on the backside of that. So we might hit $150,000 this year. Who knows?
That is so awesome.
But that's a testament to the running community too, right? They're the ones that are doing that.
Man, I kind of got roped into the running community. It started from I've been running about a year and a half now, and it started was like, I could do a 5K. The former athlete, I'm like, I could do 3 miles, and it humbled me really quickly.
Yeah.
And I just kind of kept it going, and now I'm at the point I'm like, I'm about to run my first marathon. Like, this is, and I'm saying first, like, I'm like, I'm going to do this again at some point.
Yeah.
I say all this to say some of the stories, because you hear so many stories, personal stories of why people run. Yeah. What are some of the stories that stick out for you?
I mean, there's all sorts of stories. People running in honor of other people, in memory of people, people that have passed away. DC wrote a fantastic article on what was the name of the club? Tracy's Tribe. Just an awesome story. Sad story, but a happy story too in many ways. And but there are so many people that have a reason to run. So many different ways that people are motivated to run, whether it's in honor and memory of somebody, just to check something off the list, to get in shape, to lose some weight. There's just so many different stories out there, and we put a call out for people to send us their stories. You'd be surprised at how many people respond to something like that.
Oh man, yeah. I think for me, I started running because I'm like, it's a challenge. I could do 3 miles, and then you have a lot of time to think. Some of those long runs, you're like, why am I doing this? Why am I getting up so early, or why am I doing this after work? And I really thought, I'm like, man, I'm running for my father, who passed away from a heart attack. My grandfather, who had heart failure. My uncle, who also had heart issues as well. So I'm running for them because I don't know. I mean, It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
I would bet somewhere in there you're running for you too.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm running for myself.
To have a healthy heart.
Yeah.
That's part of the physical fitness and the benefits of running too. But, we all have different motivations, and I think it's fantastic.
Oh man, what keeps you doing this every year? Because I know, look, I know it's a fun time. I know they're great people, but that's a lot of work.
It's the babes. I mean,
that's a good point.
Kidding.
That's a good point.
No, I've been married 37 years. I better not let my wife hear that. No, it's the people.
Yeah.
Like I just think it's the people that the running community of Charlotte since COVID has responded so well to this, and it's not just the Novant Health Charlotte Marathon. It's the other events around the town that have taken hold, and it now it's kind of one of those FOMO things. Like people they sign up because they want to be a part of it because everybody else is, and there are so many running clubs in Charlotte. I think 80 something different running clubs. You can find one in your neighborhood almost any night of the week. 150 some people moving to Charlotte every day. I mean, it just, it's snowballing. It's exciting to see that. It's exciting to see all the growth. But I tell you, the thing that keeps you going is the people. And we in a way represent the Charlotte running community in this small slice of the calendar throughout the year. So, motivation to do a good job for that.
It's a small slice of the calendar, but it's a big. I mean, Charlotte running community is huge. Can you talk about the camaraderie? It's like family.
It is. I mean, I think it's changed over the last 5 years or so. I used to think it was kind of more tribal than it should be. I mean, you run for this club, but not that one. You shop at this store, but not that one. And, you kind of protect your territory. And I think now it's become much more interchangeable. People are like, I go to that one that way, and I get in that store, and I shop over here when I'm. And I think that's good for the running community because it's kind of become this big one running community, and you can find the same people in different locations. So I think that's pretty cool.
I feel like running never goes out of style, right? Like it's something that is.
No.
But I say that because I don't know how active you are on social media, but and maybe it's just my algorithm, but I feel like there's just a lot of folks that are just new runners. Like I guess I consider myself a new runner because I've been doing it for a year and a half. When you see the sort of where we are right now in the running space, what are your thoughts when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There are a lot of new, younger runners coming in, and it seemed like almost for a while that wasn't the case. You kind of saw the same people aging out of these running events, and therefore, the participation was tailing off a little bit.
Yeah.
But now it just seems like there's this new running boom that's taken hold, and it's that 25 to 30-year-old to 35-year-old who's out there participating now. I mean, places like the greenways. I mean, Mecklenburg County Park and Rec does a phenomenal job with the greenways and providing us great places to run. The rail trail. I mean, go out on the rail trail south end. You will see a ton of people out running. I mean, it's just a thing to do.
Why is that? Why do folks? I feel like I'm in that age range. But why are folks? Why are we having like a running boom right now? Have you been able to put your finger on that?
No, I don't know specifically why. I think running's always been a sport that is fairly easy to get into. There aren't a lot of barriers. You don't have to buy a set of clubs. You don't have to pay green fees, things like that. I'm not picking on golf or tennis, but you get a good pair of running shoes and a couple running outfits or whatever, and you can go out and do it. And you can find so much information online now about how do I train for a 5K, how do I start running. Like there's so much information out there, and there's, like I said, there's 80 some clubs. So if you go to a club and say, I've never run before, somebody there is going to take you under their wing and help you get through that first run.
Yeah, shout out Black Men Run. I run with them. I usually do the Friday morning runs over there off of Mallard Creek by the Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
They took me under their wing, and they really kind of, because I was trying to PR every training session.
Yeah, yeah, you get those, like, I went out and and by the time I was done, I was dead.
Yeah, I'm like, how do they do that? But they gave me a lot of good tips.
Yeah, Black Men Run, by the way, their national, their convention is next year in Charlotte. The Charlotte Marathon is the host for that next year. So we're excited to host the national Black Men Run chapters to Charlotte next year.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
CJ and Lamar have been very active and involved in planning that.
CJ is a beast.
He is. He's one of my favorites.
As a first-time runner or first-time participant of the half marathon, what should I expect? I've heard so many different stories about the course, about even down to parking, where to park, how to, the expo. What do you tell folks? I'm sure you get the same questions, right?
Yeah. So a couple questions there. The course is Charlotte. I mean, if you live in Wilmington, it's really hilly, and if you live in Asheville, it's pretty flat. So I mean, people coming from out of town, it's it's relative. But if you train and run in Charlotte, I mean, you shouldn't have any surprises. But it's the best of Charlotte. It starts uptown, goes through Eastover, Myers Park, Dilworth, South End, back uptown, and then out to Nodon Plaza Midwood, where they have the best neighborhood parties that you could imagine. But yeah, so I think the course is great. In terms of how to manage Friday Expo, Saturday race, leave early. Whatever you're doing, like go to the expo early, and you might wait in line for a little bit. I mean, we're at capacity this year, so we have the S word sellout. We have sold out. Half the full and the 5K are all at capacity.
That's awesome.
So we don't have any more registrations. So we have built this thing and to manage 11,500 people, and but there might be some lines. So don't think it's like a quick in and a quick out. I encourage people to take light rail as much as possible. If you can get to a light rail station and come in and get right off at the convention center right there, it'll save you a parking hassle. If you can park on surface lots, it beats waiting in line on in a parking garage, or if you can get a metered spot if you're lucky enough. But there's going to be a lot of traffic uptown getting to the expo, so definitely plan ahead for that. And then race day morning. We say race starts at 7:20 if you're in the half or the full, 7:35 if you're in the 5K. You want to be uptown parking at 6 o'clock. So, because look, we're going to wait in the line at the Porta-John, aren't we?
Yeah,
and
you're
we're
right.
going to check our bag, and we're going to have to walk, and we're going to, and then we're going to have to get in line. It's just like, save yourself the stress of, am I going to get there on time, or am I going to be that guy that starts 5 minutes late?
Yeah.
Because I've been there and I've done that.
But I'm motivated to get there at 5:30.
Yeah, well, we tell everybody get there at 6 and watch everybody get there at 6, and it'll be
it's gonna be
a mess. But just plan ahead. This is and I say this with as much humility as possible. But this is not a small town marathon anymore. I mean, it's 11,500 people coming uptown, plus friends and family and fans and everybody else that wants to see what's going on. It's
All right, so that was the interview from just yesterday with Tim Rhodes, race director of the Charlotte Marathon. You can catch that full interview right now on our digital platforms. So we want to get to some breaking news, a major update that we got from the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office. And this is regards to reports, and we've been following up on this story, and we'll have an update from Julie Kay in about 10 minutes on the on Border Patrol coming to Charlotte. There have been reports. We've gotten statements from city leaders, school leaders, city council, county leaders, all that. So we just got a letter from the sheriff's office. This is from Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office. And here's a letter right here. It reads, and here's the headline to it. Sheriff McFadden receives confirmation U.S. Customs and Border Patrol personnel expected in Charlotte. So again, Sheriff's Office is saying they got confirmation that Border Patrol and U.S. Customs personnel expected to be in Charlotte. Let me read you this letter. So it reads, on Wednesday afternoon, November 12th, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary L. McFadden was contacted by two separate federal officials confirming that U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel will be arriving in the Charlotte area as early as this Saturday or the beginning of next week. At this time, specific details regarding the federal operation have not been disclosed, and the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office has not been requested to assist with or participate in any enforcement actions. Sheriff McFadden emphasized that the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office will remain vigilant and continue to address and focus on the needs of our community as it does each and every day. However, Mecklenburg County the Sheriff's Office will not be involved in any measures regarding enforcement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and CBP. And it goes on to say, quote, we value and welcome the renewed collaboration and open communication with our federal partners, Sheriff McFadden said. Quote, it allows us to stay informed and be proactive in keeping Mecklenburg County safe and maintain the level of trust our community deserves. Sheriff McFadden remains committed to transparency and will keep the community updated as more information becomes available. But again, the big takeaway from this letter, the Sheriff's Office was contacted yesterday by two separate federal officials confirming that U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel will be arriving in Charlotte as early as this Saturday or the beginning of next week. A big development in this story that we've been following regarding Border Patrol. As you know, the Border Patrol presence has been in Chicago. It's been contentious at times. We have gotten statements earlier in the week from school leaders in Mecklenburg County, county leaders, the Sheriff's Office, CMPD, city leaders, obviously. And then we heard from the governor, who yesterday said he had reached out to the White House and had not heard back. And so right now it looks like we have that confirmation from the Sheriff's Office that Border Patrol presence will be here in the Charlotte as early as Saturday. Again, that is a major development in this story that we've been following. We're going to get an update shortly from Julie Kay. In less than 10 minutes, she'll be here in studio to give us an update on the story that she is following today and the latest developments. But again, according to the Sheriff's Office, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel will be arriving in Charlotte, in the Charlotte area, I should say, as early as this Saturday or the beginning of next week. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We are continuing to follow some breaking news just into our newsroom just moments ago. Sheriff McFadden with the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office confirming that U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel will be arriving in the Charlotte area as early as this Saturday or the beginning of next week. He got that notification from two personnel members on yesterday afternoon. So we got that letter from Sheriff McFadden. He details that specifics have not been disclosed to him and his department about, or even, them assisting Border Patrol. They have not been asked to assist. They haven't been given exact confirmation of what exactly the operation was going to happen. They did get confirmation that Border Patrol will be here Saturday or the beginning of next week, but they did not. They were not asked to assist. And so this is the letter here on your screen from Sheriff McFadden. He also emphasizes in this letter that the Sheriff's Office will remain vigilant and continue to address and focus on the needs of our community as it does each and every day. However, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office will not be involved with any measures regarding enforcement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and CBP. All right. We are going to get an update shortly from Julie Kay, but before we get to Julie Kay, we are going to have a check-in with our forecast. Here's meteorologist Majestic Storm.
Well, good Thursday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We have another gorgeous day today across the Carolinas. Today, you'll notice very mild temperatures, even above average temperatures, and a few more clouds out there. But bottom line, we are looking pretty good for our Thursday. For our Friday, though, we're looking at the return of 70-degree temperatures. And the best news, it won't just be Friday, planned for Saturday and Sunday ahead. And we're also looking at no rain chances either. It's going to really settle down. Our weather pattern will be sunny and nice and actually pretty warm, but it is getting very dry. Yesterday we topped off at 66 degrees. It was a beautiful day, and today we'll be nearing 70 degrees with a high of 68. So hopefully you can get outside and enjoy some nice weather. Let's take you up in the mountains. 54 degrees in Boone, 53 out towards Blowing Rock, much of the same up towards Jefferson and Fleetwood, but we do still have a little bit of a breeze in the mountains. So of course, when you add in the wind, it's going to make it feel just a few degrees cooler. Looking at the foothills, plan for mid to upper 60s for your highs. 65 in Lenoir and Hickory, 67 degrees out there in Morganton, and then right around the Queen City, 68 will be our high today, much of the same for Gastonia and Shelby, with a whole lot of sunshine coming our way. To the south of us, look at us go. We're looking at the return of 70s, 70 degrees from Monroe to Wadesboro, even there through Lancaster. Throughout the rest of the day, you can plan for generally a nice mix of sun and clouds, and temperatures today here in Charlotte really only rising into the upper 60s, still above our average though, our average high 64 degrees. And then once the sun goes down, of course, it's going to feel much cooler with temperatures eventually dipping down into the 30s by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we're heading into our Friday with a gorgeous forecast. Starting out the day with cooler temperatures though, 38 as we're waking up and heading out the door tomorrow. And you can see those overnight lows as we're heading into the next several nights. 30s by tomorrow morning, and then this weekend really quite mild with a mix of 40s and 50s. As we are looking at the bus stop forecast as we're heading into tomorrow, getting those kids up and ready for our school day. Yes, still send them with a jacket as temperatures will mainly be into the 30s and low 40s, but Friday is going to be a gorgeous day. Talking about sunny skies and nearing 70-degree highs. Want to let you know though, if you're looking for those 70s, maybe you want to head out to the golf course. They are on their way. We're going to be looking at 70 degrees by Friday, and then Saturday getting even warmer with 76 degrees for our high. Staying dry and sunny, and over the next 10 days, look at these temperatures. 70s taking us straight into the weekend. On Monday, we'll see temperatures dip down into right around those low to mid 60s, but again, that's about seasonal and where we should be for this time of the year. We have high pressure really building all across the southeast. That is going to make for a picture perfect, beautiful end to our work week and a really nice weekend ahead. And then as far as precipitation goes, I mean, very, very small chances as we're heading into next week. Drought monitors still showing that we do have abnormally dry conditions for much of North Carolina. Still, we need some rain, and unfortunately, like I just said, we are settling into a much more dry and sunny, even warm weather pattern. Let's break down our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Again, a high of 68 degrees. Get outside, do your yard work, go for a walk, leash up your fur babies, whatever it may be. Again, we should be at 64, and temperatures just keep on rising warmer than that. Tomorrow morning, still a little bit chilly, waking up into the upper 30s. Clear and sunny for our Friday, and then this weekend abnormally warm with mid to upper 70s returning. And then next week, still pretty quiet with just small rain chances. Hope you have a great Thursday and enjoy the sunshine.
All right, so that is a look at our full forecast. So we talked about it earlier, this development from the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office confirming that Border Patrol will be in the Charlotte area by this weekend. And this is a story that we've been following for the past couple of days since that news broke, since the reports came out, I should say. But Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office confirming that indeed Border Patrol will be here in the Charlotte area. WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay tracking this story for us. This just came into our newsroom. What were you able to kind of take away from this letter that Sheriff McFadden sent out?
Well, this is the first official confirmation that we've gotten that this is actually happening. It's been since Monday that we've seen these somewhat rumors circulating online, multiple news organizations, including NBC and CNN, kind of leaking that some of their sources say this might be happening, but we had no details on timing, how many, if it's even real, and multiple of our local leaders, including Governor Stein, had reached out to the White House and federal officials and not getting any response back. So this from Sheriff Gary McFadden is the first official confirmation that these troops, this Border Patrol deployment, is in fact coming to Charlotte. It says that he was contacted, I believe, by 2 separate Border Patrol agents in leadership, and this could happen as soon as this Saturday. So this is happening incredibly fast. It also means that, there is some communication happening between local law enforcement now and Border Patrol, which was another big concern, that this is potentially happening with not even just no communication to leadership like the governor or our state legislators or even city council, but our actual local law enforcement that is doing this work already, CMPD and the sheriff's office. There needs to be some collaboration is kind of the consensus between everyone, whether you agree with this move politically or not. It would just become incredibly difficult to manage this operation on top of a jurisdiction that's already established. So this is, progress in getting information, but it's also still leaving us some questions of what does that collaboration look like? Have they reached out to Governor Stein yet? Has the mayor really been looped into this? So still a lot of questions left, but we know they're going to be answered relatively quickly because this is happening potentially on Saturday.
In collaboration to a point, because the sheriff also mentioned in the letter they don't have any clue as far as operations, and I don't think we expect the sheriff's office to, even if they knew what those plans were, to disclose those plans, but they're not even looped into those plans right now.
And we're not sure if those plans exist at this point. I did just get off of a Zoom with one of the senators in the local area, Senator Caleb Theodros, and we were on the Zoom before we got this official confirmation, but I said, even if we do get that today, because we kind of had an inkling that that the sheriff's office would be making some sort of statement today with an update, I said, why do you think they chose Charlotte? It can't just be because it's a blue city. Most cities are Democrat leaning to some degree. Why Charlotte? And he said there was multiple reasons. Of course, this is a politically interesting state. You've covered it in Raleigh. We've got a very red legislature, but also a blue governor. We voted for Trump.
Very purple here.
Very purple, right. But even within the cabinets, some are very red and some are very blue. So it's kind of an odd dynamic here, Charlotte being the biggest blue dot in this purple state. But on top of that, we are the only state that does not have a state budget. So all of this, talk about what can we do to bolster our law enforcement here. What are the problems that we need to address in the judicial system and the law enforcement level? What do we need to do? We can't fix any of that without money. And right now, Republicans and Democrats, and really more so the House and the Senate, could not come to an agreement on what that budget looks like. We are months past when we were supposed to have that done. Any increase to law enforcement salary, to increase in assistant DAs, which we know we need in Mecklenburg County. We are short, to more clerks. All these things that help the criminal justice process move more smoothly, we cannot address until we get a state budget. And so that was his argument too, that this is not just because Charlotte's blue, but it's also, and he said, of course, he's a Democrat, so he said this is political theater, but that kind of puts pressure on it, the fact that we at the legislature, at the General Assembly, have not addressed any of these issues on our own.
Yeah, and we're in month 11 of the year, and we still, and granted, fiscal year starts on different timing, but we still don't have a state budget. I didn't think about that connection, and it's always been floating out there. We've covered that, no state budget. A lot to unpack here, Julie. I know you're busy. When can folks catch your story? Because I know there are a lot of developments. They're coming in fast. When can folks catch you?
I'll be in every show, 4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6.
Just to peel back the curtain, there all the time. I was trying to check and see, because I imagine Stein would be saying something.
We're waiting.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
I keep refreshing his X page to see if a
Yeah.
statement's there. It's not there yet, but we'll bring it to you here if it comes in during we're streaming. I imagine he usually responds to things pretty swiftly.
Yeah.
So
A lot of layers here, though, for him to unpack. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Wonder also if Cooper, former Governor Roy Cooper, who's running for Senate, if he'll say anything. Again, I guess we're expected to hear from just about everybody on this at some point, both sides of the aisle. Julie, I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
You got a lot
Got
on
a couple
your plate.
things left to do.
Julie, thank you for that update. We want to go now to the White House, because happening right now, President Donald Trump is speaking. He's Carlene, foster care, executive order regarding
the executive order surrounding the foster care system.
Okay. All right. Let's listen into what President Trump is saying right now.
At the future entrance to something that's really become very popular, the ballroom. They've wanted it for 150 years, and they're getting it, and they're getting the best. It'll be the best anywhere in the world. Each year, more than 15,000 young people age out of the foster care system, and unfortunately, too many struggle to become self-sufficient. The order I will sign in a few moments will provide vital new resources to help young people transition out of the foster care system and live a very happy and a very successful life, very, very successful. With this order, I'm directing the heads of the key federal departments and agencies to establish a Fostering the Future program in coordination with our wonderful First Lady's office. They're coordinating, and they've already been coordinating for quite some time, and I think I hear it's going really well. You're going to have some, when she gets involved in things, it works, I can tell you that. Under this major new initiative, great American companies and institutions will be signing a pledge to invest in teaching, training, and mentoring America's youth who are transitioning out of the foster care system. This will help provide jobs, education, and personal development opportunities to fantastic young people who truly need and deserve them, and they're going to get them. A terrific example of the impact these programs can have is Eric Alvarez from Omaha, Nebraska, who is with us today. Where's Eric? Where is he? Stand up. Good-looking guy. Good-looking guy. Eric and his siblings were placed in foster care for a year when he was 9. He entered the child welfare system again when he was 15, and today he credits a mentoring and mentorship and work experience program for foster youth with helping him to finish high school and start his adult life. And he did really well in high school, by the way, really a great student. But he starts life on the right foot, right? Wouldn't you say? I mean, I think you better say yes, otherwise I'm in big trouble. Otherwise, I'm all by myself up here, Eric. That would be. I hear you're doing incredibly. Now, after graduating from the University of Nebraska and interning for Congressman Don Bacon, Eric is pursuing a master's degree at the George Washington University, and he is a cadet in the Air Force ROTC, who'll be commissioned as an officer upon graduation. And Eric, I just want to say, great job. You've really been outstanding, and I think that's probably why you were chosen out of so many people. You've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. The new initiative we're establishing will also create an opportunity for foster youth to take full responsibility of the federal tax credit scholarship program established by the One Big Beautiful Bill. So many things, tax cuts and regulation cuts, so many things. The biggest ever passed in the history of our country. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I changed the name a little bit to make it even more sublime. But it is, there's so many things in there for everybody. We had a choice. We could have done it in 9 different bills or try for the one, and everybody said, no, let's do it in 9. It'll be easier. Actually, it wouldn't have gotten done. And JD and I and Scott and all of us got together and we said, let's give it a shot, and we got it passed. And it was an amazing thing, but it's going to help a lot of people. There's never been anything like it. As in one bill, there's never been anything close. And when you see what's going on with the Democrats, we're lucky we got it passed because we don't have to do anything. All we have to do is implement it now, and we'll be implementing it all over the place. If you think about it, no tax on tips, right? No tax on Social Security, all of the different things, no tax on overtime. You get deductions if you buy a car. You take an interest rate deduction, an interest deduction against your income tax. It's never happened. Nothing like this has really ever been approved to this extent. And so it is one great, big, beautiful bill. But using the tax credit will expand occupational training, education, and financial literacy programs for the foster youth and make it possible for more of them to attend the school of their choice. Choice is a great word for a lot of reasons, but it's a great thing with education. And we'll also create the new Fostering the Future online platform to help young people find the access and really get great housing, very, very important and beautiful housing, health care, and other resources available to foster youth and those transitioning out of foster care. And we think it's going to happen with many, many people, many more than you have right now. Under the Trump administration, we believe that every American child deserves a safe and loving home, and we're determined to support the amazing families who help make that happen. And we have some of those families in the room today, and I just want to thank you all for being in the White House. There is no place like this, and we want to thank you very much for being here. We're great families. Thank you very much. Faith-based, thank you. Faith-based nonprofits are the nation's most trusted institutions, interacting with the foster care system and practicing Christians and more. Think of this, more than twice as likely foster care. They'll adopt the general population. They adopt to it so easily. When they get out, they adapt to it just like it's just becomes second nature. It's amazing. Yet radical left policies in states nationwide make it much harder, not easier, for those families to open up their homes. But we're working on that. We're dealing with the radical left. It's not easy, but we're winning, and we're winning big. That's why with the order that we're doing today, we're taking the ridiculous woke policies that discriminate against Christians and families of faith. As president, I will always stand by us. We will stand by our country, and we will stand for religious liberty. So important. We stand for religious liberty. The Bible tells us, thank you. Thank you. The Bible tells us that one of the measures of any society is how it cares for vulnerable children and orphans. So important, and it's so big in the Bible. So as we make America great again, we are going to protect American children in foster care, and we're going to ensure that they will never, ever be forgotten. These children will never be forgotten, and they're going to grow up to be unbelievable, strong, smart, wealthy, productive citizens. So once more, I want to thank Melania for the great job she does, not here only just as First Lady. She's a great First Lady. And I want to thank you very much, honey, and the foster families and leaders here today. You're very special people, and we're going to work together, and we're going to have some absolutely incredible results. Thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are you ready, everybody? This is it. Too late to change after. Should we sign it? All right. Susie, do we sign this? Good. Go down. I'm going to ask the First Lady to sign this. On your side, right? Okay.
All right, so that is President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump signing the executive order on the foster care system. All right, so we are going to move away from that, and we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News. And on the other side of the break, we're going to have some traffic updates for you from Walker Lawson. Stick with us here on WCNC Plus, Live Impact News. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sertivant. Southern Christmas Show is happening in Charlotte.
It's here.
It's exciting. Some exciting times, Carlene.
Can't wait to go. I'll get my Dole Whip.
Look, yeah,
they got Dole Whip there, everybody.
It's so exciting. Walker Lawson was dancing. He's not going to do it anymore.
So excited.
I wish we would have took him right before.
He's so jazzed for Christmas.
Shout out to him. He's in it. Walker, a lot of folks going. That means there's going to be some traffic.
It's
what
a
are you
nightmare.
Yeah.
If you ever gone over there, East Independence is a nightmare as it is if you breathe wrong. And never mind, you got a Southern Christmas Show.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to avoid the area at all costs. Maybe I'll go. We'll see. I'm sure all of us will go at some point. But yes, as you mentioned, today the first official day again taking place at the Park and Expo Conference Center, which is right beside Bojangles Coliseum for people that are not familiar with the area. Again, today, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That'll be Sunday through Wednesdays, and then 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. I know our very own Anna King will be out there tonight for the first big day. Again, not seeing any delays around the area. Now, you're going to need some routes to get around because, as you just mentioned, East Independence is a difficult one. So first route that I have for people, if you're looking to get there, especially for people that are going to be coming from I-77 North that are jumping on to I-277 getting off, you're going to be looking at Central Avenue is going to be your best path to jump onto, then Briar Creek Drive. Or you can take Central Avenue over and you'll be able to get on Eastway Drive and take it back up to East Independence. So that is one route for you. Second options for you are if you do want to risk it and take East Independence Boulevard, which right now is fine because we're not seeing any delays, or you could take Commonwealth Avenue again and jump onto Briar Creek Parkway. So that's another route. Another option that I have for you, if you really want to take the long way around, if you want to jump on Central Avenue, jump all the way over to Eastway Drive, follow Independence down, you could go all the way down to Monroe Road and still make it to the Park and Expo Conference Center. So again, we have multiple options for you. If you're coming from around the South Park community, or if you're still coming from uptown, you can take Monroe Road in either direction, and that will get you there as well. And then for some other routes that you can take North Wendover Road, or you can take Walker Road that turns into McCallway Road, jumping on to Monroe Road. So there are multiple options, Nick and Carly, and I know for you guys, take note, sorry, when you head out for this event.
Yeah, we were just talking about the traffic. I know. So Walker, you're also tracking other traffic impacts around our area. What are you seeing out there on the roads?
Yeah, well, stop and go. It's 2:30, so we're starting to see, some more people getting out and about, schools letting out. So, of course, parents are probably picking up some kids, so more people on the roadways. But for my friends in South Carolina, specifically in York County, if you're on I-77, not seeing any delays. So moving well out there, no congestion. But, of course, 77 south, not looking so great if you're going north at mile marker 4. We are, of course, seeing slowdowns. All of us are familiar with the I-77 congestion here, especially at our office. We do have an accident out there, so actually a stalled vehicle, rather, sorry, on 4th Street exit. So this is a stalled vehicle at Johnson and Wales Way. We currently have about 13 active incidents in the county right now. So a little bit lower, of course, it is only 2 o'clock, but we are seeing some delays out there. We're moving at around 18 miles per hour if you're going northbound on I-485 right now, moving around 11 miles an hour if you're on I-485 moving southbound. And as mentioned, drivers on 77 sitting at right around 16 miles an hour if you are headed north. Again, Matthews to Charlotte, it'll take you 22 minutes. We're moving around 35 miles an hour. Salisbury to Charlotte, it'll take you 48 minutes, moving at 57 miles per hour. So pretty much smooth sailing, of course, just seeing some pressure points in those places that we typically see on I-77 and I-485.
Walker, as always, thank you for a look at traffic. We are going to take a break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is also here. So we are tracking something that's very interesting, Blue Origin. So the Blue Origin is scheduled to launch its second New Glenn mission vessel. This is, we have a live look from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And just to give you some background, Carlene was gracious enough to send me an article. So I give you some background. So according to CNN, Blue Origin, the rocket company founded by Amazon multi-billionaire Jeff Bezos, is set for another attempt to launch its towering New Glenn rocket on a mission that will mark its first major test. And we got some live coverage of the whole thing, the whole event. Let's take you now there to Florida with the live coverage. Let's take a listen in.
NG2.
That's right, NG2. That's
I
right.
love
Let's
it.
Go Blue.
Eddie,
Escapade. Escapade. Yes, tell me.
What kind of view do you have? Where's the rocket with respect to where you are right now?
Rocket is downrange 9 miles. It's a clear, sunny day in Florida. We've got a great view, and we're very excited to be here.
Oh, that is so great, Eddie. It's so great to see so many employees, just some of the 10,000 employees that are here at Blue Origin who worked on this rocket and worked for this moment. Now, Eddie, really quickly, I have to ask you, a big part of what we do here, and I'm sure a lot of the people behind you have worked on, are our engines. Can you share a little bit more about the engines that are going to be working hard today?
Yeah, Tabitha, look, the upper stage, 2B3U's mega Delta V, mega performance. And the aft section, 7B4s, 3.85 million pounds of thrust, but we're going to be louder.
You certainly are. And of course, Rocket Park is just one of our many locations. We've also got our crews, our Team Blue, down in Texas at Launch Site 1. We've got people out in Kent, and we've got people in DC, in Denver, in Los Angeles, all across the United States, and it is so great to have everyone together for today. So thank you so much, Eddie. And of course, engines, a big part of what we do here at Blue Origin.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, our Jackie Cortez got the chance to talk to Nick Robertson about how engines are the foundation of our operations at Blue.
Nick, thanks for being here today. Tell us some of the big accomplishments and what are you looking forward to in the next year?
Yeah, so one of our biggest goals this year was continuing to increase our production rate, both for our B4 engines, 3U engines and 7 engines. So we roughly doubled our production rate from last year.
Wow.
For B4, something like almost tripled it for B3U. And then going into next year, we're looking to continue to increase that production rate.
We have a Blue Moon Mark 1 mission coming up here soon. What are you excited about in terms of what's left to go on the BE7 engine test campaign? And what else excites you about that engine and the next steps for that program?
We're continuing to do additional testing on that engine, to continue to do risk reduction testing for the mission coming up here early next year. And so the next steps for that are we've got our first flight engines coming through and being acceptance tested for that first vehicle.
We just hit a big milestone with our customer, the United Launch Alliance, and you delivered how many engines to them?
So we've delivered 30 engines to ULA, and so that's a really exciting milestone for us.
We have Testian 4670 at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. We also work with NASA Marshall at Testian 116 on the BE7 engine. How does that partnership with NASA help you on the engine side?
It's really fantastic to have those test assets and test stands available to us to really just continue to ramp our testing cadence across all the engine programs. We're testing multiple times per day at this point across not just BE7, but also BE4 and BE3U. A lot of the test data, that's a lot of learnings that then feeds into being able to increase our production rate, continue to refine our designs and make them better every day.
Well, thank you for joining us, Nick. It's so cool to be in the engines prep lab here at Rocket Park, a little known corner of our glorious Florida site. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie.
Washington. We've got Van Horn, Texas, and of course, we have Rocket Park, Florida. We are also ready to see NG2 take to the skies. This moment is palpable, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There's our headquarters, Kent, Washington. They've got the beach balls. It's kind of like they're down here with us in Florida. They are just absolutely jacked for this moment. As we said, we want to take are these 2 payloads to space so that they go on their way to Mars? But we want to see today, we've been working on this a long time, the first stage of that rocket come down to land for the first time ever.
That's what we're here for. And we're also so excited to see Escapade launch and learn so much more about Mars. But right now, let's actually take a moment to talk about New Glenn's flight profile. So take a look on your screen and follow along with us. First, we have 7 BE-4 engines that will lift New Glenn off the pad with 3.8 million pounds of thrust.
So then New Glenn will eventually go supersonic, and right at about 40,000 feet or 12 kilometers up, New Glenn is going to reach what's called max Q, or maximum dynamic pressure. This is when the stress on the vehicle is at its highest. So if we punch through that, we're feeling pretty good about this launch. At about 3 minutes into flight, the engines are going to turn off, marking the end of the boost phase, and the reusable first stage is going to begin its journey back to Earth.
Right, the booster will reorient itself using the reaction control system. There will be a re-entry burn, and then the autonomous system will guide the booster back. And finally, there is going to be a landing burn. Landing the booster,
propel the payload into orbit. At about 400,000 feet or 120 kilometers up, the fairings, it's kind of like the shroud on the top of the rocket that's protecting the payloads, they're going to jettison off. They're going to fall off. The payload at that point, Escapade, the 2 twin satellites, are going to deploy at about 33 minutes into flight. So there is kind of a gap between the point where we separate the second stage from the first stage, and after it's had 2 burns to where we deploy the 2 satellites.
And Escapade is really a pair of satellites, and they're going to technically deploy 30 seconds apart. And then at about 38 minutes into flight, that's when our Viasat tech demonstration will turn on. So there's a lot of great things and a lot of exciting things happening today with NG2. There it is on the pad, the booster so appropriately named Never Tell Me the Odds. And Ariane, earlier, I kind of misspoke. I said we're ready for terminal count. I'm ready for terminal count.
She's so excited. You're like, let's fast forward here.
The energy is so good. That is coming up shortly at about the T-4 minute mark. But right now, we're at L-8 minutes and 45 seconds. And we know we have a lot of people who are looking to the skies today. And this is obviously one of my favorite parts of a rocket launch. It's actually watching the rocket launch. So let's dive into where you can see New Glenn across the skies. We've got a cool graphic that kind of explains where you'll be able to see it across the American Southeast.
So within about 60 seconds of launch, New Glenn is going to be visible across all of the Space Coast.
Oh, and then within a minute and a half, NG2 will be visible as far inland as Orlando. So anyone who's at any theme parks is going to be like, oh!
There she goes. Yeah, that's right. So then within about 2 minutes, people on the west coast of Florida will be able to see our launch.
And then right around 2.5 minutes, our friends in Georgia will be able to get a peek of NG2.
And then 3 minutes in, viewers as far north as South Carolina is going to be able to make out our rocket.
By the 4-minute mark, people in both southeast Alabama and southern North Carolina will be able to see NG2 in full view. And people who are really excited to see that, of course, are the people here at Rocket Park, our very own Eddie Seifert. He's out with our crew. They're pumped, they're hyped. They have the best view of the launch pad right here in Rocket Park. Eddie, I gotta know, what are people saying right now? How is it feeling out there?
Well, there's 2 overall messages, Ariane, Tabitha. Number 1, we're proud of the work we've done. Number 2, this team here is grateful. They're grateful that we've been able to work here, that we've been able to work on this mission, that our families and our friends support us on this mission. And we're just excited to launch a rocket today, to get to Mars, and then to land GS1.
And Eddie, you know, your nickname is Engine Eddie.
Yep.
Not a lot of people know. He actually helped lead the test stand for the BE-4 engine down in West Texas. You want to talk a little bit about those beautiful BE-4s that are going to be doing the ascent, but also the descent as we come in to land this booster for the first time ever?
No, thank you, Ariane. A quick shout out to the folks at Launch Site 1 in West Texas at the Geek Stand, the Zeke Stand, and the Veek Stand. I really miss being out with those folks because we get to test rocket engines every day, right? So BE4 is a medium performing version of a high performance architecture, and the teams at the test stand have been squeezing out more thrust, more performance, and so we're going to see some of that here today. For BE3U, it normally started, well, it actually started with our BE3 engine that flies New Shepard. Then we upgraded it to 160,000 pounds of thrust. We actually flew it at 174,000 pounds of thrust for its first flight, and so that upgrade path is going to continue, and we're very lucky that we can test at our test stand in West Texas, at our test stand at Marshall Space Flight Test Stand 4670 in California, and that we can test like we fly so that we're fully confident going into today's mission.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie, for that. Tabitha, I'll just say it's a big day for the BE4 because not only is New Glenn launching today, 7 of these BE4s, but United Launch Alliance is our customer. They also have a launch today. Not today, BE4s are not flying with ULA, but we want to give our customer there a shout out for their launch as well.
Well, speaking of customers, let's talk about Escapade for a second. We have just enough time. We are awaiting that final terminal count coming out at T-4. But Escapade is a pair of these twin satellites, and it's doing something really unique, something that it hasn't done. I had the opportunity actually earlier to talk to Dr. Joe Westlake. Earlier in the week, I got to talk to Dr. Nikki Fox, and two big things happening that have never happened before. We are launching in a window that you would normally not launch in to make it to Mars. Normally, you have this tight window that you have to launch in, but right now, those satellites are going to go up, and they're essentially going to go into this kind of coast phase until it's time for them to launch. And the second thing, for the first time ever, 2 different satellites are going to be orbiting Mars and learning more about the atmosphere, and that is going to get us into such a special place when it comes to what we understand about the Martian atmosphere, eventually sending, of course, more robots and eventually humans to Mars. So very exciting to have Escapade and NASA be our customers today for NG2. All right, so finally, it's that time I was so excited about, to listen in for that final go, no-go poll as we move through the final steps before launch and we inch towards terminal count. Let's listen.
T-minus 359.
TCS active.
TCS active.
AFSA safety timer started.
AFSS safety timer started.
All right, so what you're watching now is we are inside the launch window. So you see, we're almost inside the launch window. This is a countdown to get into the launch window for the Blue Origin NG2 launch there in Cape Canaveral, Florida, at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The destination, Mars. So let's listen in as we kind of hear some of this behind the scenes as we creep into the launch window. Let's take a listen in.
Are in terminal count. They did the final go, no-go poll. New Glenn is ready to launch, and we've transitioned into that terminal count. Now, from here on out, you'll be hearing from our flight ops, Patrick Moore.
And from here, the vehicle is also running fully autonomously on software. So our engineers are hands off. They've got their eyes on their screens, but the rocket is in control of itself at the moment.
Yeah, right now they're continuing to condition the propellants on the second stage using chilled helium. You can tell the rocket is nice and cool. And this will continue for another minute or so and helps prep the liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen that powers the BE3Us.
Liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Sorry, that is for the upper stage.
That's right.
And then also on the first stage, we've got. Hold on a second. There's Kent. Hello, Kent. They're ready for a rocket launch here at T-minus 2 minutes to go to launch. One interesting thing to watch here. A couple of things. One is that the 7 engines start in a stagger start. So we've got 3 of the engines that'll start, and then the other 4 engines that start just a second later. We want to make sure that we don't jostle the rocket or jostle the infrastructure too much. The other thing, the thing that you will visibly be able to see that we are go is when we start that big water. You see the big water tower on your left?
That's right.
We are going to flood the base of the launch pad with the water. It helps dampen the vibrations and the heat because, again, we want to make sure that we protect the launch pad, but also the rocket itself here.
And a huge shout out, of course, to Van Horn, to Kent, to Huntsville, Alabama, and our friends here at Rocket Park. We are now, I have gotten the notification, we are on internal power. This is so exciting, Ariane. This is the moment. So that means we've transitioned from ground power to the vehicle's own internal power. We're getting really close here. T-minus 1 minute.
T-minus 60 seconds. Range green. AFSS flight enabled.
Hydraulics are started up on the forward and aft.
That's right.
You might start to see the engines gimbal a bit here. They're going to move back and forth, make sure they are nice and clear. And we're going to wait here for the big water. Let's turn it back over to mission control. Let's light this candle. Go, New Glenn.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Tell me the odds.
Can't wait to see this booster back on Earth.
GS1 hydraulics internal. GS1 at flight level. GS2 at flight level. Hold.
All right, as we've seen here, our team has decided to go into a hold at T-minus 20 seconds. Let's wait to learn just a little bit more here.
Auto safing complete.
Thank you again, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are awaiting here NG2, the second mission of New Glenn. We're at T-minus 20 seconds. Our team has decided to enter a hold here. We've said it on other webcasts before. We spend years designing this rocket, months building it, months designing the missions. If we need a couple of minutes to make sure that the rocket is ready, that our team is ready, that everything on the range is ready,
that's right,
then we will take that time.
At this moment in time, I do have a statement that says that terminal count abort, the team is currently investigating. Right now, you've got to look inside of GS2. You can see our twin satellites. I believe that's Escapade, correct?
That is Escapade. They're ready for its launch to space, to Mars. It's going to have to wait just a couple more minutes here, obviously. There you see the base of the rocket, the 7 BE-4 engines.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is NG2. We are at T-minus 20 seconds. We are currently in a hold because we had a terminal count abort. Our team, like I said, is currently investigating. So while everything is getting sorted out, we're going to toss it back over to NG2 on the pad and give you more information as it becomes available to us.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us here on Live Impact News, this is Vanessa Rufus taking over Nick Sturdivant right now. You've been looking in on a feed from the Blue Origin launch as you kind of heard their broadcasters talk about the fact that this has been put in a holding pattern, if you will, at about 20 seconds left to go to launch. It sounds like there is an unspecified issue with the launch, and there's an investigation underway to see what needs to be cleared or whether they have to maybe perhaps reschedule this. As you can see and you saw from some of our bullet points just a few moments ago, the launch window does run for about another hour and a half. So we'll keep an eye on this feed in the background. We'll let you know if we see anything popping up in the sense of developments or any sort of movement. But essentially, of course, you know, Blue Origin, this is the rocket company that is founded by Jeff Bezos. And this was an attempt to launch the New Glenn rocket, a first major test, which once again is in a holding pattern as we speak. It's set to carry a pair of satellites onto a trip to Mars, and this is a flight that is scheduled to see, you can see kind of from the landscape here, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. So once again, we'll watch it. We'll let you know as we see more. We will take a quick break, folks, either coming back in 2 minutes with more from this feed or a different update, anything new that we might be seeing popping up on our feeds here in the Live Impact News studio. Hey everyone, welcome back to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. Before we took our quick break, we were kind of giving you a rundown of what we were seeing with the Blue Origin test launch. We want to take you back now to that live feed from Cape Canaveral, Florida, where at last check we were still seeing this test launch, first major test it's set to be, in a holding pattern, kind of stop that countdown at 20 seconds left for takeoff, and there's an unspecified issue. It sounds like maybe even the team doesn't know what the issue is or hasn't disclosed it to the full Blue Origin team to pass it along to us through their broadcasters, but they're investigating right now. This launch window is going to run until about 4:25 p.m. We're not sure if once we hear about the update on this issue, whether this is something that can be corrected and they can go ahead and launch again, or it's possible that this is not an issue that can be resolved today and this could be pushed back. So we'll wait to see exactly what happens, and we'll keep an eye on that feed. We might even pop up with little check-ins as we go forward here on Live Impact throughout the rest of the hour. Meantime, you probably saw with those shots, it looks pretty clear in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I actually just returned from Tampa, Florida over the last couple of days. It was pretty chilly there, and I know here in the Carolinas it was quite chilly, but feels a lot more comfortable today. I'm sure a lot of you noticed that. Let's go ahead and check in with our weather impacts to see what we can expect through the next several days.
Well, good Thursday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We have another gorgeous day today across the Carolinas. Today you'll notice very mild temperatures, even above average temperatures, and a few more clouds out there. But bottom line, we are looking pretty good for our Thursday. For our Friday, though, we're looking at the return of 70-degree temperatures. And the best news, it won't just be Friday, planned for Saturday and Sunday ahead. And we're also looking at no rain chances either. It's going to really settle down. Our weather pattern will be sunny and nice and actually pretty warm, but it is getting very dry. Yesterday we topped off at 66 degrees. It was a beautiful day, and today we'll be nearing 70 degrees with a high of 68. So hopefully you can get outside and enjoy some nice weather. Let's take you up in the mountains. 54 degrees in Boone, 53 out towards Blowing Rock, much of the same up towards Jefferson and Fleetwood, but we do still have a little bit of a breeze in the mountains. So of course, when you add in the wind, it's going to make it feel just a few degrees cooler. Looking at the foothills, plan for mid to upper 60s for your highs. 65 in Lenoir and Hickory, 67 degrees out there in Morganton, and then right around the Queen City, 68 will be our high today, much of the same for Gastonia and Shelby, with a whole lot of sunshine coming our way. To the south of us, look at us go. We're looking at the return of 70s, 70 degrees from Monroe to Wadesboro, even there through Lancaster. Throughout the rest of the day, you can plan for generally a nice mix of sun and clouds, and temperatures today here in Charlotte really only rising into the upper 60s, still above our average though. Our average high 64 degrees, and then once the sun goes down, of course, it's going to feel much cooler with temperatures eventually dipping down into the 30s by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we're heading into our Friday with a gorgeous forecast, starting out the day with cooler temperatures though. 38 as we're waking up and heading out the door tomorrow, and you can see those overnight lows as we're heading into the next several nights. 30s by tomorrow morning, and then this weekend really quite mild with a mix of 40s and 50s. As we are looking at the bus stop forecast as we're heading into tomorrow, getting those kids up and ready for our school day. Yes, still send them with a jacket as temperatures will mainly be into the 30s and low 40s, but Friday is going to be a gorgeous day. Talking about sunny skies and nearing 70-degree highs. Want to let you know though, if you're looking for those 70s, maybe you want to head out to the golf course. They are on their way. We're going to be looking at 70 degrees by Friday, and then Saturday getting even warmer with 76 degrees for our high. Staying dry and sunny, and over the next 10 days, look at these temperatures. 70s taking us straight into the weekend. On Monday, we'll see temperatures dip down into right around those low to mid 60s, but again, that's about seasonal and where we should be for this time of the year. We have high pressure really building all across the southeast. That is going to make for a picture perfect, beautiful end to our work week and a really nice weekend ahead. And then as far as precipitation goes, I mean, very, very small chances as we're heading into next week. Drought monitors still showing that we do have abnormally dry conditions for much of North Carolina. Still, we need some rain, and unfortunately, like I just said, we are settling into a much more dry and sunny, even warm weather pattern. Let's break down our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Again, a high of 68 degrees. Get outside, do your yard work, go for a walk, leash up your fur babies, whatever it may be. Again, we should be at 64, and temperatures just keep on rising warmer than that. Tomorrow morning, still a little bit chilly, waking up into the upper 30s. Clear and sunny for our Friday, and then this weekend abnormally warm with mid to upper 70s returning. And then next week, still pretty quiet with just small rain chances. Hope you have a great Thursday and enjoy the sunshine.
All right, and we will keep you updated on the weather front going forward. Meantime, big topic, of course, travel, as we are coming off this government shutdown. And we've got Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem today with an announcement just a little while ago, talking about rewarding TSA agents that showed exemplary service during the government shutdown. $10,000 bonus check, amongst other announcements made today. I think we're going to go to that in just a second, though. Just moments ago, Blue Origin with an update. So first, let's take you to that feed.
You can't just go up there and pick up the satellite and repair them. Like, that's why this is there. Those two beautiful satellites called Blue and Gold, after the UC Berkeley colors. So that is why we decided to take a little bit of time. But as I said, can you imagine what these two satellites would have been able to observe if they were already in, the Martian orbit? But yeah. for the future. They're going to be up there and doing, taking plenty of data in to be able to do analyses, of course, for our friends at NASA and all of us that are helping build future missions to go to Mars, both for robotics, satellites, but also, fingers crossed, one day for humans.
That's right, Ariane. So if you're just joining us right now, you are looking at New Glenn NG2 out there on the pad. Let's take a moment, toss it back over to the rocket while our team is investigating an issue.
All right, so we apologize for bringing you over there too quickly. It looks like they were kind of just giving a brief update to remind folks that they are still investigating the hold on the countdown there. Actually, it looks like they've reset the clock as well. It's now down to 32 minutes and 38 seconds, so that's a change. So seemingly they've kind of pushed things a bit further until they can get their team a little bit more answers on why they're not able to depart as expected. I think probably a good time to turn to this press conference from just a bit ago today, which we were kind of prefacing for you a few moments ago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem with an announcement regarding a reward, if you will, for TSA agents who showed exemplary service during the government shutdown, $10,000 bonus checks. Take a listen.
And endured those hardships and continued to shine a light on really what is special about America. We have Rico, who is with us today, Mr. Walker, and I would like to focus on Rico a little bit today because he is not only a 20-year officer, but he's also a member of the National Deployment Force, which means that he takes on extra responsibilities at TSA. He not only fulfilled every one of his hours during this shutdown, but he also was more than willing to take on extra shifts to make sure that the public didn't have any kind of hardships, delays, or security concerns during this government shutdown that was facilitated by the Democrat Party. I also have Ashley next to me. Ashley has continued to serve at TSA. I believe she came to work here in January and showed up and has been an example of an excellent employee, but she also during this time was through the process of trying to buy a home when the government shut down. She was going to be moving and excited about undertaking that change in her life with her family, and that had to stop dramatically when her paycheck quit coming because of what was happening with Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party refusing to ensure that our security officials were getting their paychecks. I'm hopeful that she will be able to go and purchase a home soon now that that has been restored, that this bonus check will be helpful to her and her family at pursuing the American dream of home ownership, and that also, as we talk about her, that her example of optimism and cheerfulness despite these kinds of hardships will be something that the rest of our TSA employees can look to, but also the American people, recognizing that even when these challenges come, that we can take them on and continue to be an encouragement to people around us. So today, though, we have many other TSA officers here that I'm going to be handing bonus checks to. Every single one of these individuals served with exemplary service, which means they were an example of not only taking seriously the security concerns and measures that TSA has to every single day in the Department of Homeland Security, but also they went above and beyond. They helped individuals, they served extra shifts, they helped with transportation of people getting back and forth to work, other challenges that families may have. They were all examples of what we need, and we will be continuing to not only recognize employees across the country, but we will be looking at every single TSA official that helped serve during this government shutdown and do what we can to recognize that and help them financially with a bonus check to get them and their family back on their feet. So with that, Rico, I want to present to you a check and say thank you from the American people. Appreciate it. Ashley, thank you. Yes. And is Leo here? All right, Leo. There you go. Are you fatigued? Is that how it's good?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Make sure that you're in it. That's Carlos.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And this is Merlin.
Yes, ma'am.
Richard. Carla. You are Jason, correct? Good. Sonia. Thank you. Lana. I'm also incredibly grateful for everyone in this community, this airport, the private companies that stepped up and helped support these families during the government shutdown when their paychecks stopped. And I just can't say enough about the partnerships that we've been able to build in light of this tragic situation when the Democrats shut down the government, that we still saw the best of America. We saw people come together and support each other, take care of each other, and go above and beyond to make sure that the mission of the Department of Homeland Security was fulfilled, that it was to keep the American people safe with honor and with integrity, and that we can continue to do that. I do want to recognize our Federal Security Director, Juan Sanchez, who is with us today, and thank him for his service and all of his hard work to take care of people and keep them safe each and every day. He also has two deputies, Jimmy and Jose, who help him every single day in this role and in this facility. And I also am extremely grateful for how they have partnered together with those private companies, individuals, and donations to make sure we were taking care of our frontline individuals, keeping our security measures in place. There's a lot of exciting things going on at TSA, a lot of good news, and we're grateful that we are able to not only support the families that are a part of our workforce, but that also we've been able to implement policy changes that make travel easier for those individuals who go through TSA. I think everybody is very happy about the security measures and technology that we've implemented, but then also allowed people to do different measures going through security lanes, such as keeping your shoes on, and still going through the technology that's necessary to make sure that we have safe transportation systems. We are implementing veterans lanes and military lanes so they can have a special screening process that's expedited for them, being grateful for their service to our country. And also we're implementing family lanes across the country for families that may have small children, recognizing that that's a little bit of an extra challenge getting through the TSA security checkpoints, and we want to make sure we have extra help there and extra measures to help do it in a way that can be pleasant and enjoyable for that family as well. We're continuing to make sure that the investments at TSA facilitate the traveling public. They support the individuals that live in this country, but also the commerce of this country, to make sure that our businesses and our families that make the backbone of America continue to be successful and to be safe while they do that, meeting the emerging threats we may face from around the world. We're grateful for these TSA employees behind us today. We're grateful for their example, what they mean to America, the fact that they show up even on a bad day. They continue to do their work, and they do it with embracing the mission of TSA, which is to serve the public and to keep people safe. Many of them took an oath to this job because they recognize the threats that America faces, and they wanted to serve in this position to help keep people safe. I think that's remarkable. We need more people like that in this world today, and I think they're all great Americans. So thank you for your service, and with that, I will ask Juan, did you want to say a few words? I'll let you open it up to you, and then we'll take some questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Couple of words. I really just want to thank my entire leadership team for getting us through this challenging time. For the many leaders across the country at TSA, I know it's been really tough, but thank you for bearing in there and hanging out and looking after our people. That's exactly what it's about. We couldn't have done it without these officers behind me and the entire leadership team. It was an entire group effort. We were supported by the airport community, our key stakeholders in Houston, and likely across the country. So thank you all. And my hat's off to every TSA employee. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. With that, we'll open it up to any questions you may have. Yes, sir.
of these checks here in Houston and across the country?
This is not everybody here that works at this airport that will be getting checks. We're going to continue to evaluate every single employee that helped during the shutdown and stepped up and went above and beyond. Sure.
Checks for people who went above and beyond. Does that mean those who have to be called out sick, those who have to stay home with their children, for example, might not be getting one of these checks?
That's not necessarily the parameters. We're going to look at every individual that did exceptional service during this period of time when there were so many hardships. So the mission of Transportation Security Agency is to facilitate safe travel for commerce and for individuals. They go through our country's airports. People who met that mission and went above and beyond are the folks that we're focused on. Yes.
Also wondering what was the total amount of people who were working unpaid in TSA?
Oh, there was tens of thousands of individuals that stepped up and continued to serve. Many of them took on extra shifts, much like Rico did, to fill in for individuals who couldn't necessarily be there every single day. But we're so proud of every single individual, whether they were a frontline agent at a security gate, whether they were administrative. There was many of them that made sure that things still continued to operate at our airports that needed to be done, and tens of thousands of individuals did extraordinary things during this shutdown that we're so grateful is over after 43 days. Yes.
Hi, Sean with CBS News. Just curious, when will TSA workers receive their back pay? We've heard that air traffic controllers might start saying about 70% of their back pay in the next day or so. Is the state going to apply for these TSA workers across the country?
Yes, we're facilitating that as soon as possible. They've already missed pay periods and recognizing that that's a hardship on their families. So we did all of the administrative work that we needed to late last night to ensure that that payroll would be processed as soon as possible, and within the next coming days they will get that into their bank accounts.
And then just to follow up, compared to the last government shutdown, there were a lot less call-outs from TSA and government workers at airports. What do you think the reason for that was?
I think they understand the mission of this administration and the role and the importance that they have within the government. The Department of Homeland Security specifically, we have been very dedicated to making sure that each of our employees feels appreciated, that they understand the responsibilities that they have, but also the mission for why our department was created. Our department was created in response to the terrorist attacks of 9/11. And TSA is unique because so many of the employees that I talked to that work in this agency specifically signed up because of a story tied to 9/11, because they understood the responsibility that we have to make sure that individuals getting on these airplanes are the right people, people that love this country, that want to just travel and not commit harm and harmful acts against individuals, and that's why they serve, and that's why they joined this agency. So we're grateful for that, but I think having those conversations and supporting their families is very important. I've told many people that when you are having a crisis at home, when you're dealing with something difficult at home, you can't pay your bills or your family's struggling with a health issue, it's very difficult to do your job with excellence. It's very difficult to do your job with every part of your being when something at home isn't going right. And so that's one of the things that we worked to do during this government shutdown that was pushed on us by the Democratic senators out in Washington, D.C., was to make sure we supported our employees, took care of their families so that they could show up every single day and make sure they kept America safe.
Leslie Dulles with Fox 26 KRIB here in Houston. Does DHS support classifying TSA agents as essential with guaranteed pay to prevent this situation from happening again?
You know, that's something that we're definitely having conversations still with the administration and the White House on. Absolutely, every single one of the agents in front of us, I believe, are essential. I think that these employees at the Department of Homeland Security are essential because they are a national security agency. The task of the Department of Homeland Security is to ensure the safety of every person who's in this country, would leave or come into this country. We have authorities and jurisdictions over every single product or good that is in this country or leaves this country and comes in. And then also jurisdiction over the internet, what's said or communicated or sold. So it's broad authorities, and the people that make sure that we do our jobs every single day are essential to making sure that our security is guaranteed.
Last question.
Basically, it's for donation. Is there any specific amount of money to be basically donated to the workers in general? Unions?
You know, we have, because of reevaluating and being efficient and being diligent with taxpayer dollars, have $2,025 that have been left over from some of the savings that we've been able to negotiate on different contracts and different spending requirements that when this administration came in. We will be utilizing that to make sure these bonuses are paid. But no, we're going to be recognizing employees who served with exemplary service. They will be getting $10,000 checks, each of them, and we will continue to recognize all of them that we believe are extremely deserving serving during such a difficult time as this. Anything else? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being here, and God bless you.
Thank you. Once again, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem speaking on a reward for TSA agents going above and beyond during the government shutdown. I want to give you a quick update on the Blue Origin test launch. Just hearing from their reporting team there that we are pretty close to a retry of this launch. As you can see, the countdown has been set now to approximately 17 and a half minutes. So about 3:45, we're expecting things to take off, hopefully. We'll keep an eye on this. Keep in mind the window goes until 4:25, so we'll see what happens. And if it does inevitably kick off as it needs to in roughly 17 minutes. We'll take a quick break, folks. We'll be back on the other side to talk a little bit of politics and results of a survey of likely North Carolina voters, as now with the municipal elections behind us from this November, looking ahead to midterms and what to expect. We'll be right back. All right, folks, welcome back here to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We are still keeping an eye on that Blue Origin flight, delayed just a touch, set to take off in about 15 minutes from now at this point. Oh no, there's another hold. Jeb, it's stuck at 1704. And I know Jeb was telling me this as well. There's some sort of issues with communicating with the satellites. We're still trying to get some more clarity on what exactly that means, but we've mentioned this before. The window does continue for today's launch through 4:25. So there is the potential that if this were to be resolved in some way soon, that they could still probably get this going within the window. I'm just quickly here, if you'll bear with me, checking the Blue Origin account just to make sure that there haven't been any additional updates going. Since we last checked in, as of 17 minutes ago, all I see is we're recycling and resetting the clock with new countdown of 3:45. So that's the last information we actually did share with you. And so still waiting to see exactly what this new hold is. All right. So keep that in mind. We'll watch that in the background. We're also keeping an eye on the stock market, not having a great day. And that will be something to talk about, of course, as we get closer to the closing bell. But you can just take a quick peek here. Dow down about 800 points on the day. Really rough day. On track for the worst day in more than a month. And we can also tell you the other major indices are in the red as we speak. Technology stocks under pressure right now. There's some pessimism over the interest rate outlook, and we are continuing to essentially see the sell-off that we've been seeing in some days on and off recently of the technology companies, especially artificial intelligence. There's some concerns about how they're being valued right now. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and turn to what we teased you with before we went to our commercial break. We got to talk politics here, not just North Carolina, but also kind of sentiment as North Carolina voters are looking about how they feel about what's going on in the realm of the United States and how the country's going. We've got the CEO of John Locke Foundation joining us right now, Donald Bryson. Thank you so much for being with us here.
Well, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, really enjoy your insights. We are seeing now this survey here that's been done of potential or likely North Carolina voters coming up here on 2026. Of course, important to note is we're coming off of the most recent municipal elections. There was kind of a message perchance that was sent amongst some voting trends that we saw. But now folks are looking ahead to the midterms. And so we're seeing some numbers here and just kind of want to get your take on your thoughts on the general trends that we see, because we see this survey talking about not only whether folks expect to vote during the 2026 election, but how they feel politics in the country and the state of North Carolina are going.
Sure. And again, thanks for having me on today. We have a news division ourselves. We have a newspaper at the John Locke Foundation called Carolina Journal, and they do this poll. We work in concert with Harper Polling out of Pennsylvania and do about 8 or 10 of these a year. And to answer your base question, how do people feel about the country and the state of North Carolina, is I would say that they're generally pessimistic. And they've been that way for a while, for most of the year now. Our poll came out this week, and it was done just over the weekend, and we got the results back on Tuesday. Indicates that people feel 55% of people in North Carolina feel that the country is headed on the wrong track. 38.3% say that the country is headed in the right direction. We see similar sentiment for the state of North Carolina, with 47.9% saying the state is on the wrong track. And 34.6% is in the right direction. Now that is pessimistic, and it's not the best. But I will say it reflects that North Carolina is slightly more optimistic about the direction of the country than what we've seen from some national polling. There was an economist poll that came out just yesterday, as a matter of fact, where it said that 61% of those surveyed across the country said that the country is off on the wrong track, compared to 30% saying it's headed in the right direction. So I think the country is generally pessimistic, but North Carolina is slightly more optimistic in their pessimism.
I'm just kind of curious about, the demographics in your surveying and in your sampling, and in the sense that, when you look at different states, and obviously you can probably expect to see when you sample what is hopefully a representative population that would represent the population of the entire state. You might start to see a little bit more skewing on one side when you kind of consider political parties. North Carolina is interesting, I feel like, and the reason why we always tend to watch it during elections, because you do have quite a good mix of Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated voters. What are your thoughts as far as how your sampling was with that, and do you think that any of the trends that you saw as far as pessimism was influenced by the fact that maybe there was more of a certain political party that was kind of skewing the numbers? I'm just kind of curious about the kind of the backstory.
No, it's a great question. So our poller, Harper Polling, they do a really good job of trying to get our sample model based off of the most recent midterm election or presidential election year, depending on what we're polling. In this, it would be a midterm election. And so we try to get all the demographics to match that as closely as we possibly can. It's never perfect. There's a blend of science and art with polling, but that's how that is drawn. And then we draw names from the voter database, and people select in or out about whether or not they're likely voters. We only poll likely voters, and so that's how we generally do it. My takeaway from this poll is it's all about the economy. I think when you go further into the poll, and by the way, it's available at carolinajournal.com if people want to take a look at the top lines and the crosstabs. 58% of voters, a majority, are not confident in the U.S. economy. A plurality say they're not confident at all. In those demographics, we see that lower income voters have the least amount of confidence in the U.S. economy, which makes some sense. A majority of voters across the state are not confident in the U.S. economy, but confidence is highest, and this is interesting to me, in the Charlotte and then Winston-Salem, Greensboro television markets. Don't know why that is. Maybe things are going a lot better in Charlotte and in the Triad, but that's just an interesting breakdown in a way that, if I'm running a political campaign, say for U.S. Senate, that's something I would pay attention to. But who do we assign blame to and why? That's interesting, because all this was going on during the government shutdown. A plurality of voters blame Democrats in Congress for the federal government shutdown. They're about 5% over Republicans, but again, a quarter of voters blame both parties.
Yeah, that really is. I feel like that's an interesting takeaway, and also kind of the granular element that you called out earlier about the Charlotte and Greensboro markets. That is really, really interesting to see. The other thing that kind of caught my eye, and I'm glad you looked at the shutdown because obviously it was such a big topic for so long, not only here in North Carolina but nationwide. The fact that there are some political figures who are specifically posed in some of these questions. So it looks like you asked folks about Governor Josh Stein, about the president, Donald Trump, and also looking ahead to some of the races in the future. So I see, questions about Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley, as we know that Senate race is going to be very, very highly watched and probably highly spent when you think about the amount of dollars and cents that are going to be poured into that race.
Sure. We did ask a lot of questions about specific, and that U.S. Senate race very well may be, a $900 million or $1 billion Senate race, which is just crazy to think about in terms of the money. Speaking about the president and the governor, it looks like the honeymoon period might be over for President Trump in North Carolina. He's the most well-known political figure on earth right now. There are very few people who don't have an opinion about him. Since we began polling his approval ratings when he came back in office earlier this year, but we polled this for the first time in March, there's been a 4-point shift from away from approve toward disapprove. So this poll had him at 52.8% disapprove compared to 45.7% approve. He had been just slightly above water back in March, and that's declined over time. The unsure has not changed hardly at all, but it's almost a like-for-like 4-point shift away from approve to disapprove. And so that's not way underwater, but it is in fact underwater. Similarly, we've seen a shift for Governor Josh Stein. He's lost about 6% of his approval rating and gained nearly 9% in his disapproval rating. But the thing is, he was already 35 points above water on his approval rating when we first started polling this back in March at 55% to 20%. This poll finds him with a 49.5% approval rating, so right around 50%, to 28.9% of disapproval. But I think the economy and Donald Trump are going to be the nexus of all of the elections happening next year. And of course, North Carolina has a U.S. Senate race. Former Democratic Governor Roy Cooper has put in on the Democratic side, and then Michael Whatley and a fellow named Don Brown have put in on the Republican side. Michael Whatley, of course, is a former North Carolina GOP chairman and then also former Republican National Committee chairman. And we have Roy Cooper leading both of those races, 47 to 39% over Whatley and 48 to 38% over Don Brown. I think that the big takeaway from that is that 38 to 39% is probably your base Republican vote. And whoever the Republican candidate ends up being, I think people would say Michael Whatley is the front runner, have a lot of ground to make up just to get name recognition and start appealing to voters about what the Republican message is.
Now, you mentioned a few moments ago, the president and also the economy. And I did see that y'all had a question about tariffs and how folks view the tariffs, whether they feel like this helps or hurts the economy, because we've been seeing this kind of dichotomy in messaging, as we would expect, split amongst party lines for the most part, about, this is helping, this is potentially going to be, a game changer in the long run. We hear from Republicans, including the president, and then from the Democrat side and other folks who have kind of split or splintered from their party in their views on the tariffs, saying that this is hurting folks right now and it will only continue to get worse. And I think about as we get closer and closer to the holidays, we talk a lot of shopping and gift giving and ways that we might start to see tariffs impacting us as we get into the holidays with our spending. Were there any interesting takeaways that y'all saw with the results on that question?
Yeah. Particularly we asked one question about if people will spend more or less on holiday spending. Of course, we're coming to that time of year, right, where we're all about to be in the Christmas rush, thinking about Black Friday. And I found it interesting that Black Friday deals have already started. But in our poll, 2/3, or 67% of likely voters in North Carolina say that they will spend less on the holidays this year compared to last year. That's not a great sign for the economy. Black Friday is important and it's called Black Friday because that's when a lot of companies go into the black. But as it relates to tariffs do increase the cost of goods, there does seem to be a good bit of concern about that. When we ask people, do you think that that the United States imposing tariff helps or hurts the national economy, 53.5% said that it hurts, compared to 37.7% saying that it helps. But I think this is really the important question. When we said, do you think the U.S. imposing tariffs helps or hurts your family's financial situation? 55.8% of people said that it hurts. 19.1% of people say that it helps. And so that, people are starting to think about the crunch of holiday spending. How do we make the dollar stretch as we go into the holidays and buy those gifts or the travel or whatever is involved? And I think people are concerned about that. And we've seen that message from the White House in the past few days that President Trump is going to need to get out there, according to them, and talk about cost of living.
Can you talk about the reason why y'all like to do these surveys and the insights that you hope to bring to folks, and who you hope will take these insights and do what they will with them? What is your goal in doing these surveys?
Sure. So, the John Locke Foundation is a public policy think tank. We study public policy in North Carolina. So people have probably heard of the Heritage Foundation or the Cato Institute or the Brookings Institute in Washington, D.C. to study federal policy. And we do the same thing in North Carolina. And we've talked a little bit about federal stuff today, but we view polling as part of our research, in that it shows what is politically possible, what voters are concerned about, because it's very difficult to get anything done that is wildly unpopular with voters. It's easier to get things done that are popular with voters. We do live in a democratic republic. And so our primary audience would probably be lawmakers, and show them in real time what voters think about certain issues and what the political climate is. But we also just make it publicly available because, getting citizens involved in addition to businesses or other people that influence lawmakers helps educate the public policy process.
Now, as we look at these numbers, and you mentioned that this is something that y'all do pretty regularly, trying to keep a finger on the pulse of what voters are thinking. As we get closer and closer to midterms, how much of a swing do you expect to see with some of these numbers, specifically the ones that look at races? And I know it's hard to kind of crystal ball this, but I guess historically, if you will, do you feel like you tend to see really large swings over the course of a year? Is that very possible, or do you think that there are some cases where it might kind of hover around the same region, if you will?
I will anticipate on the U.S. Senate race that swing dramatically. I can imagine Michael Whatley's number swinging 7 points very quickly, probably sometime around March or April after the primary elections. that go on in early March. So I can see that going up. It's a matter of how much money is going to be spent early on. I think that right now, if putting it on my crystal ball, I think this is likely a 50-50 race. It's going to be very expensive and very difficult. We've had, if you look back to the 1980s, a very popular Democratic governor, as Roy Cooper was, and Jim Hunt was back in the 80s, run for U.S. Senate. And that turned into at that time, the most expensive U.S. Senate race in North Carolina history. And that governor, who was popular, ended up losing that race and turned around and was elected to 2 more terms as governor, which is allowed under our state constitution. So looking back at history and knowing just how sort of striated North Carolina politics are, I think that this is going to be a very close race. I think, in my mind, I'm really curious about whether or not some of these third parties like the Green Party or the Libertarian Party might also field a candidate and throw a wrench in the plans of the 2 larger parties.
Yeah. It's always interesting. I'm sure you always have so much to dive into and think about, as you're doing these surveys, and also just thinking about why maybe sometimes you're coming up with these numbers. Anything you want to leave our viewers with before we wrap things up here?
Well, one, thanks again for having me on. If viewers want to take a look at our top lines and our cost tabs, we put the entire poll online. You can go to carolinajournal.com to view that poll. And if you ever get a phone call or an email inviting you to a poll, please take it, because we always hear feedback on our poll saying, well, nobody ever polled me. But if you don't take them, then you're not included in the sample, and we always value your opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. CEO of John Locke Foundation, Donald Bryson, thank you so much for your time. Really interesting chat. And hopefully we'll get you back on here soon. Any updates, of course, to come, we'll let folks know. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We are keeping an eye on that Blue Origin test launch. It looks like we're kind of around that 7-minute mark at this point. So whatever that hold was seems to have cleared. So keep it here on Live Impact News. 2 minutes, we'll be back checking in with what has been a delayed test launch, but seemingly back on track. We'll be right back. Hey folks, thanks so much for sticking with us here on Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. As promised, we're going to turn now to Blue Origin. We've got a live feed for you from Cape Canaveral, Florida, where we are still within the window to launch. Looks like that hold from about 13 minutes ago or so has been cleared, and the countdown, well, it was continuing. It's kind of stuck at 442. Let's listen to see what's going on.
Here we are, well, 10 years later, yeah, but it only took us about 2 months to flip around the first rocket that had ever gone to space and back. So we've got kind of same time scales that we're thinking here. It's not going to, we want to go fast on this.
And if you're taking a look at your screen, you see New Glenn on the pad, and on the upper right-hand corner, you see L minus 4 minutes and about 6 seconds. That's going to change to a T minus any moment, and that is really when the vehicle itself is starting to run on its own.
GCS active.
We're going to start being able to hear our mission ops, Patrick Moore.
AFSS timer enabled.
Terminal count system is active. From here on out, the vehicle is running fully autonomously on software.
Disengaged. T minus 330. Rapid retract armed. Magic charge initiated.
How exciting here. We're ticking down in 3 minutes. We're going to launch this vehicle to space. We're going to put 2 satellites on their way to Mars, and we're going to try to land that booster for the first time. So exciting, and a big props to our launch control team that has managed to do a recycle on this vehicle. We want to fly today, Tabitha.
Oh, there are the cheers, yes! The energy is palpable. Our launch director, Megan Lewis, she's in the control room now. I know this is an exciting moment from her. There we have employees from all across the United States. This is Huntsville, Alabama. Big shout out to our teams there. And of course,
GS1 pre-press
HQ,
start.
Kent Washington, we see you.
Washington.
All right, rocket going through its last motions here, making sure the tanks are pressurized to their proper flight levels.
That's right.
A warm day in Florida, but that rocket is super cold with its chill and propellants. T-minus 2 minutes to go. LNG on the first stage, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the second stage. New Glenn looking beautiful, and there you go.
Beachgoers with a great view.
What makes this place so special down here on the Space Coast? A day on the beach, but you can sit there because our pad is so far south. A spectacular view for everybody here in Cocoa Beach.
Now we've transitioned from ground power to the vehicle's own internal power. I mean, we are getting close. Aria, hold my hand. I'm getting really excited. There are those BE-4s, 7 of them, ready to take New Glenn.
3.85 million pounds of thrust combined.
60 seconds.
In just 60 seconds here, as mentioned before. We will light 4 of the engines, then 3 of the engines, just about a second or 2 off for a staggered start. You'll see the big water deluge, and that's when you know that it's game on.
I love hearing all those sounds.
You hear the power up.
You certainly do.
And with that,
you'll see that water any second now.
Let's turn it over to launch control. Let's go, New Glenn.
GS1 hydraulics internal.
Never tell me the odds.
Flight level. GS2 at flight level. Autopilot enabled. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift up detected. First motion.
New Glenn has cleared the tower.
in. End of low, stretch now level. 50 seconds in the flight. Continue to see good engine operating parameters. All set for
A clean burn. We're coming up here on max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. This is the hardest point on the vehicle when it comes to the pressures and the speed. We want to see this rocket punch through that max Q.
good speed control, good MR control. 1 minute, 15 seconds in. Now passing Mach 1, New Glenn is now supersonic.
Supersonic!
And we can hear the
1 minute, 30 seconds. Engine operating parameters continue to look good at full thrust. Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. 1 minute, 45 seconds in. All 7 V4 engines continue to look good. Body rate's nominal. Seeing good control on MR and TDC. Acceleration profile nominal. Now passing 2 minutes into flight.
BE4 is unreal.
One minute remaining in boost phase.
All right, 1 minute remaining in boost phase. You heard our team say, then we'll hit MECO, main engine cutoff. That's going to lead to a sequence of events. We will separate the first stage from the second, and that's when the first stage is going to...
All right, folks, you're listening and looking right now at live coverage of the Blue Origin New Glenn launch that has gotten underway, seemingly successful to this point. We did want to let you know as we're getting close to our 4 o'clock newscast here on WCNC Plus, folks who are joining us on the primary channel here, we'll start to see our newscast at 4 o'clock. But if you want to continue to follow the Blue Origin coverage, you can watch that on demand on our secondary channel. So you essentially go back to the main platform for WCNC Plus and pick the second channel, which you'll see the Blue Origin coverage in. With that, we'll send you back to Live Looks.
And we have MECO.
And we have MECO.
And we have good stage set.
We have good stage separation.
And we have ignition on stage 2. Both engine parameters look good.
Ignition.
Oh, you see the 2 rockets?
Body rate stamping out nicely. Both B3U engines look good at high thrust set point. Body rate responses look good. 3 minutes, 43 seconds into flight.
Look at that rear.
We have good indication of payload fairing jettison. Both B3U engines continue to look good. Body rate response is nominal. Seeing good data coming down from both stages.
Great data. We're 4 minutes into NG2.
And you saw the spectacular view down from our GS2.
Continue to look good. This is a 9.5 minute burn for GS2. 4 minutes, 25 seconds into flight.
All right, at 9 minutes is when we're expecting the first stage to touch down on Jacqueline.
Approximately 2 minutes remaining in the GS1 coast.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us for NG2. So far, a nominal mission.
GS2 is now 320 kilometers downrange, traveling at 2.8 kilometers per second. Trajectory continues to look good on both stages.
Clean separation, clean fairing
right down the middle of the range track. Engine operating parameters on GS2 look good.
Sounds like our GS2 is having a beautiful ride. The NASA Escapade satellites are exposed to space right now. And we've got GS1 coming down for landing
GS2 body
at
rate's
T
nominal.
plus 9 minutes.
1 minute remaining in the GS1 coast. Continue to see good data coming down from both GS1 and GS2. Body rates on both stages look good. BE3U engines look good.
Everything looking good, looking nominal.
Seeing good TVC and
And Ari,
MR
on this
control on
moment coming up
GS2.
is an important one.
Trajectory
It is.
continues to look good.
We're going to relight the BE4 engines for the reentry
Body rates
burn.
snowing out on GS1. The exo turn is complete.
There you go. It's about 300,000 feet, less than 100
6 minutes,
kilometers
30
up
seconds
there,
into
coming
flight.
in for a landing on the Jacqueline, 375 miles offshore, waiting for the first time to land
And
Blue
standing by for
Origin's new
GS1
blend
ignition
booster
shortly.
on the Jacqueline.
Continue to see body rates on GS1.
That looks great. We have our booster reentry burn. All 3 engines.
No matter what happens next, we have had a good day. This is further than we made it on NG1.
That's right.
See indication of engine ignition on GS1. Continue to see good data from GS1.
About a minute and a
GS2
half
engine parameters look good.
is when we would see,
Confirm engine cutoff.
never
on
tell me
GS1.
the odds, return to Earth.
You
7
see it in
minutes,
kind
40
of
seconds
horizontal
into flight.
position. We've got the strakes on the base of the booster, which give it lift. So we can basically fly this booster. Of course, we're using the forward fins as well, plus some of our reaction control system to, as well as the gimbling
GS1
on the
now passing
BE4
30% max
engines
Q.
to
Passing
turn
8 minutes
the rocket
into flight.
accordingly. On here, it starts to tilt
GS1
down.
now halfway
1
in its
minute to
planned
go.
burn. GS1 system,
Less than
GS2 systems
40,000
continue to look good. GS2 throttle down complete. Responses look good. 8 minutes, 20 seconds from flight. Standing by for landing burn ignition. And we have landing burn ignition. See 3 good engines.
We've got our booster landing burn.
Engine control looks good.
Of course those clouds are there.
8 minutes, 43 seconds from flight. Flight deployed. Now down to one
Great
engine
shot
burn.
from our booster.
Standing by for touchdown. Standing by for touchdown. Touchdown confirmed. GS2 continuing to work. Turn system looks good. Weapon operations. GS2 systems continue to operate well as it's continuing to expand burn. Right down the middle of the racetrack. 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Congratulations, Team Blue. You did it.
Now passing 10 minutes, 40 seconds into flight. GS2 trajectory continues to look good. Body rate's phenomenal. Tank pressures look good. Engine operating parameters look good. GS2 is now 1,600 kilometers downrange, traveling at 5.9 kilometers per second.
On the right-hand side, GS2. On the left-hand side, you have our booster, our
Less
new
than
Blend
2 minutes
booster.
now remaining to
Never
Chico.
tell me the odds. Right there on the Jacqueline, in the middle of that feather. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations, guys.
A landed orbital rocket. What an incredible
What a
day for Blue Origin, for the space industry.
GS2 systems continue to look good through its burn.
I'm speechless, which is rare for me.
Approximately 1 minute remaining in the burn.
GS2 continues,
of course, on a nominal path.
On a nominal path. I need a second to catch my breath.
GS2 body rates remain stable.
I think I heard my hand banging on the table too much. This is incredible.
PVC and MR. Tank pressures are nominal. Bottle pressures are stable.
Oh, I'm getting word they're going to replay the landing. That's something so good, you got to watch it twice. Give it back to us.
And 12 minutes, 30 seconds in the flight.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Standing by for Chico 1 shortly.
Landing of the first stage of New Glenn with the one central BE4. Let's wait here for our second stage. It's going to cut off its engine. It's done its first burn.
NBS Seco GS2 engine cutoff.
Seco 1.
Yeah.
Seco 1 is confirmed. GS2 right down the track.
Damping out nicely.
Currently in the coast phase.
We have one for two so far on our two objectives for our second mission of New Glenn. We have landed the booster for the first time ever. And next up, in about 20 minutes here, we are going to separate the blue and gold satellites of NASA's Escapade mission. Of course, one of the most important thing of any launch is making sure you get your payloads where they need to go.
And there's our team in Ken. Hey guys, that's right. Oh, I see the celebration.
Huntsville, thank you. Thank you for those beautiful engines.
GS2 systems are operating nominally as the vehicle is in its first
We
coast.
love you too, Huntsville.
I see you. This place is wall to wall. That just shows you the passion and the dedication of every single person that works here at Blue Origin. And Eddie, you're with our friends here at Rocket Park.
Hey,
give it to us. What's going on?
Next
At this time in flight, GS2 is now 3,020 kilometers downrange, traveling 7.9
Guys,
kilometers per
what a
second.
day, what a momentous occasion, an incredible opportunity to witness live.
Eddie, I'm going to be honest with you. It's so loud around you. They're chanting so loud, and rightfully so. I'm having a hard time hearing you. But you got to tell me, what is this moment like for you, Eddie? You've been here a long time. You've seen the New Shepard booster land for the first time, and now you're watching New Glenn.
10 minutes remaining in the coast.
Yeah, this one was way better. Just incredible to watch. We're just here, launch, land, repeat. It starts today.
Launch, land, repeat. I love it, Eddie. And I believe we also have some video, of course, of the celebrations happening all throughout Rocket Park, in every corner of what is going on in this building. Here's a moment. And of course, that's mission control, launch control. Where is it? You know you're going to see it when they do it. Ah, yes, there it
our New Glenn program, Dave Limp.
Celebrations all around. And there you have it. Let's show it to you one more time.
15 minutes
Our
into
New
flight.
Glenn booster
Continuing to
out
see
on
good
the
data coming down
Jacqueline.
from GS2.
Oh,
body
I
rate.
can't wait till she comes
Stable.
home.
I have never seen anything more beautiful.
Good.
Not
Tank
since the
pressure
first
control.
landing of
Bottle
New
pressures look
Shepard
good.
in November of 2015.
voltages
My
are nominal.
goodness, we are almost
10 years
almost
later.
exactly 10 years apart to land our booster. Just incredible. And now we're watching here. We've got a map here on the left. That's our stage 1 that, of course, made this beautiful landing on the Jacqueline, 375 miles off the coast. And what you're seeing there in the center of your screen, GS2 with NASA's Escapade satellites on board. We're waiting. We have about another 16, 17 minutes until we deploy the 2 satellites.
That's right.
First the blue, then 30 seconds later, the gold to give them some space. And then about 5 minutes after that, we also have what we call a hosted payload on board, a Viasat radio tech demonstrator on board that we will also power on. But right now, all 3 payloads are exposed to space and are on a beautiful flight, a completely nominal flight.
That's right.
So far on its way to space and waiting for deployment here.
And at 17 minutes into flight, landing the booster, of course, was a historic moment for us here at Blue Origin. But the show isn't over. Still tracking, of course, deployment of Escapade. And here's some of the milestones we want you to be aware of over the next 20-ish minutes. All right, at the T+25 minute, the second stage engine will ignite. At T26:44, we're going to have SECO 2, which is that second stage engine cutoff. And then, of course, at the T+33 minute mark, and that's when we finally get to see Escapade deployed. They're going to deploy and separate at about 30 seconds apart. First blue separation and then gold separation. And finally, as you mentioned, Ariane, we will have at about T+38 minutes that Viasat tech demonstration will turn on. But we have got one accomplishment under our belt, and as we await the second one with our mission today, I got the chance to actually catch up with Dr. Shannon Curry. Now, she's a project scientist on Escapade, and she explains how long it took to get to this point with Escapade and what this moment means for their missions.
Approximately 6.5 minutes remaining in the coast. These 2 body rates have remained stable throughout the coast and continue to see good data coming down from the vehicle. Trajectory is nominal.
Shannon, can you kind of explain how Escapade really encapsulates the past, the present, and the future?
Yes, especially working with Blue Origin. What Escapade can do is tell us about what happened at Mars billions of years ago. It used to be habitable with oceans and lakes of water, but then something happened to its atmosphere. All of that water evaporated and dried up, and now we have this desert that it is today. And that brings us to today, which is that if we understand Mars's atmosphere and what it's doing, we can help protect future assets, especially not just robots landing on the surface, knowing how they enter that atmosphere safely, but it's not an if, it's a when humans actually go to Mars, and that brings us to our future. And so Escapade, working with a company like Blue Origin, is going to change how we get to Mars and how we protect our assets there, our robots and our crewed flight.
What is the most exciting part about being a part of this project for you?
So the thing I'm the most excited about is that this is going to change how we go to Mars. So we've never done a mission like this at NASA or really in any other part of the world. And using all of these commercial sectors where we're pushing the envelope and we're doing incredible kinds of technology to get low cost, high risk science and get our taxpayers the best bang for their buck, you can't beat that.
So can you dive in a little more and explain how both commercial and academic
now just
partnerships
past 20 minutes
lead to
into
something
flight,
like
less than 5 minutes remaining in the coast.
The academic environment means you just get to think for a living. You get to think of these ideas, and this is where the theory comes in. But then the commercial partnerships, these are the experiments.
And we are now seeing tank pressures increasing in preparation for the next burn.
In academia, all of our dreams at universities happen, and NASA then enables that. So you have this like perfect 3 points of this like pyramid to do incredible and great things at places like Mars.
How long has this project been underway? I mean, when did the first idea for Escapade come about, bringing it to today?
Rob and I started thinking about this mission back in 2016 and 2017, and it took years of planning and years of iteration until we found the right partners, we found the right spacecraft, we found the right rocket, and here we are today. So we are coming up on 10 years in the making to make this happen.
So 10 years in the making to get us to the point of launch. And then once it launches, you have another, let's see, we're in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, another 5-ish years of getting the data before you get the data and then processing that.
5 years of science to me sounds like heaven. So I think for some folks waiting is hard, but for the science team, we are ecstatic. We will take every single bit of data that we can get. And again, with working with our partners, being able to get all of that data and enabling this incredible opportunity to explore not just Mars, but actually the entire trajectory there, that's science waiting to happen.
What is your message to all the collaborators who've had hands on Escapade at this moment in time as you're kind of just waiting for it to deploy?
To all of our collaborators,
3 minutes remaining to engine
thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're so excited. We can't wait to work with you, and we're going to totally change how we do things at Mars. As we get ready for launch, my final thoughts are go Escapade, go Blue, and we're so happy to be here.
And we're so grateful to have you on the team.
Thank you
so much. Of course, so great to be able to hear from Dr. Shannon Curry. The booster there, though, on the pad. It is a moment we are still kind of taking in and processing. Ariane, you and I.
Buzzing.
I'm excited.
Speechless. I am trembling. My jaw is still on the desk here. An incredible day. The star there.
Right.
The second booster of New Glenn. The stars, all more than 10,000 employees here at Blue Origin. If you guys aren't as in shock as I am, this team has done an incredible job.
Absolutely.
In the years, in the months leading up to this, in the minutes. There they are.
There's the team. That's Kent, Washington, our headquarters. Wall-to-wall people, by the way.
To see our launch control recycle like that, to see the team flip around the rocket from a valiant attempt on Sunday, dealing with solar weather that we haven't seen in years, working closely with our customers, especially with NASA. Thank you for your patience.
And there's Huntsville, Alabama.
Just an incredible, the epitome of teamwork all the way along to this moment to see New Glenn
the odds.
Under 1 minute.
And if you didn't know, that is what we have named this booster. It has been 10 years, as you said, Ariane, almost to the day.
Almost to the day.
Since we landed the New Shepard booster, and here we are in this incredible moment. And today, you and I talked about this earlier. Today felt like the day. We walked in, and this was it.
It felt right. It felt right. I'll tell you, Tabitha, I was there for the New Shepard's first landing, and it was a much different Blue Origin. We had a couple hundred people. There were about a dozen or so of us off this back wooden porch with the radio, listening to launch control call the shots as we saw the New Shepard rocket come down a couple miles downrange with our naked eye.
Right.
And you lose New Shepard over to the horizon, but you saw this billow of dust, and we heard touchdown, and it was this same roar, this elation. But today, as Eddie said, it feels so similar, but it also feels so different in the sense that
pressures look good.
Getting this rocket to space and to be able to reuse this booster is opening a new chapter for Blue Origin. It's opening a new chapter for the space industry. It's opening a new chapter for space as whole, as not just domestically but internationally, to have more rockets that can be reusable, to have competition on the market, to bring down the cost of accessing space so that our customers, whether it's NASA, whether it's our friends at Amazon Kuiper that have signed up, whether it's Viasat, we want to be able to share this with the world. And as our founder, Jeff Bezos, has said, there's so many organizations that want to go up and access space and use those assets. And he, as an investor, he's seen so many companies that have come to him and said, well, that's nice, but all of these organizations die on the vine unless you can reduce the cost of accessing space. And by having another reusable orbital rocket to be able to do that is huge. I cannot wait to see what this rocket looks like when we bring her back into port in just a couple of days, bring her back to our integration facility and get a look at this beautiful rocket. What a day.
And as we take a look at GS2, right now we are approaching SECO 2, which is second engine cutoff.
And we have SECO in good shutdown
SECO
on
is
both
confirmed. So we have a map for you on your screen, but soon we should be back and able to communicate with our ground stations, and we would have a picture for you. Right now we are under 10 minutes until we're able to deploy Escapade, and if we do that, I mean, what a birthday gift to Dr. Nikki Fox.
Yes,
and 2 for 2 separation.
So far, I'm so glad we had a shot of our Huntsville, Alabama team. They have built beautiful engines, the 7 BE4 engines that performed so wonderfully on the first stage. And now, as we have heard, the 2 BE3U engines up in space had 2 clean burns, giving the Escapade satellites a wonderful ride to where they need to go, setting them up on their trajectory to make it to Mars.
And you know what? While we wait for this epic moment coming up with Escapade, let's send it back over to Eddie Seifert with our crew here at Rocket Park. Eddie, I know the celebrations have already started, but of course, the show isn't over. We are awaiting the deployment of Escapade. How are you feeling? How are they feeling?
All operating nominally.
Is everyone I know pretty excited about making mission number 1 check and mission number 2 coming up?
Tabitha, Ariane, I don't know where to start. First off, it was pandemonium here, and just a feeling of utmost pride and gratitude that we got to witness that. I had to step back because the party's ongoing. I can see it with my eyes. It's just years of hard work. There was chants while we were doing the last session, and it was next stop Moon. This is the beginning. Today is day 1. At Blue Origin we say gradatum ferociter. This was a ferocious step.
Yeah, that's to put it lightly, a ferocious step. I think I was screaming and banging on the desk. Ariane, you were almost in tears. I know this moment for all of us, and we are here on TV just representing, as you said, the more than 10,000 employees. We get to peek into Huntsville and to Kent and into Van Horn, but everywhere across this country, I think people are celebrating knowing that we've really made this big step that you've mentioned toward making space more accessible. And I know there's future generations watching right now. I know there's people from all around the world, as far as Brazil, watching right now, and those individuals have to know that we are setting up the future. That's the only way I know how to put it. We are setting up the future. Today was a monumental step for that.
Well, you see, future generations. I actually got a photo from my husband who has my babies propped up and watching this. And I'll tell you, my 3-year-old, she doesn't. She just thinks that our rocket launches and lands.
Oh yeah, that's all she's ever known.
That's all she has ever known. So to be able to show her this live,
now passing 30 minutes into flight.
I'm super proud of being part of this team. I always have, and today is an extraordinary highlight. Eddie, you've been here along with me for 11 years. How do you feel?
Well, no, congratulations. I mean, as you were talking about earlier, how we were sitting in the back porch of Mission Control in West Texas 10 years ago, almost to the day, and how far you've come. Your girls are looking at you. That's your rocket that landed today. That's all our rockets, but a special congratulations
to you. That's our rocket, that's right.
No, there's so many reflections that, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you're right. You know, it's our rocket. It's such something that just brings our team together. I know we can't turn the camera around. I can't imagine why. But how are those celebrations still looking? How many people would you imagine are up there with you?
Well, we were 500 plus strong, more or less, throughout the whole party, and the energy never abated through the first go-no-go poll for terminal count, up to the first 20-second countdown, and in the recycle, the spirits were high.
Eddie, the spirits are high, and they're going to continue. I can't wait to talk to you after this webcast, give you a high five, but you're looking at a live look. This is Escapade in space, the twin spacecrafts that will be heading to Mars in 2027. For the first time ever, 2 spacecrafts at the same time are going to be studying the red planet. And also, for the first time ever, we're able to send this in kind of this in-between period. We didn't have to hit that exact Mars window because they're going to make their way to Mars on the right trajectory. And this is something completely unique for NASA and for us here at Blue Origin. Again, there's a live look at the Jacqueline, the booster, so aptly named. Never tell me the odds. Sitting so perfectly on that feather, unlike anything we've ever seen. And in the next minute here, you are going to see those payloads deploy. What a moment.
Hopefully we'll get that live shot again. We had what's called an ESPA ring that's on top of the payload adapter, and they are on the payload ring, the ESPA ring laterally. So first the blue satellite's going to deploy. 30 seconds later, the gold will deploy, and then we also have the Viasat tech demonstrator at 38 minutes into launch that will also turn on.
Yes, you can follow along right here on your screen. The telemetry there at the bottom. In the next 40 seconds, that is the moment where mission objective number 2 will hopefully be coming to fruition.
Coming up on 33 minutes into flight. We're standing by for spacecraft 1 set shortly. Vehicle body rates are remaining stable, leading into the separation event. Standing by for spacecraft set. And we have good indication of Escapade Blue spacecraft separation.
We do have payload separation confirmed. Go Blue. Second payload coming up, as we mentioned. Just about a couple of seconds more here.
Standing